Wrong button. There we go. Sup, nerds? Figured I'd just go straight into it because I'm already late. I'm sorry about that. Basically, every single part of my stack for recording was in a weird state for some reason, and this room was way too hot. Should be better now. Writing your own beam. Oh boy. Definitely saving this to look into later. I also saw a message from... Where is he? Cooper. Any tips on how to not rage quit when the CTO is this close to making a decision which will nullify 2 months of my work? I am the worst person to ask for advice about not quitting because my advice is almost always to quit. So, yeah. New hair? No, I just didn't style it much today. A lot of people said in like a recent stream and a recent video, like, wow, you cut your hair. And it's like, no, I haven't had a haircut in like 2 months. I have a whole video on effect and other similar solutions. Have I missed anything? Did anything release when I was getting ready? Logan. Oh, fuck. I forgot to do the live for Twitter. Wait 1 sec. Stream. Available. And there we go. Today. Posted. Hi, YouTube. Raptor Mini for Copilot. Interesting. Good to hear. Happy to hear about that, NMG. Zed, talk about AI's like 1 to 2x productivity gain. I'll watch this later. Also this. I haven't watched the official Affinity thing yet. Or shit, we need to get our PewDiePie video out. Rust and Cloudflare. That's a rough combo. I wish them luck. Said previously I would talk about big tech for juniors. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Let me thank all the subs that were dropping as I was getting ready. Rice Music starting us off today. Excited for the Gemini drop if it happens. I don't think it's going to happen. I was just clickbaity for the title. We got Chesk here with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the gift subs, man. Hope you're doing well. JT Cressy here with the Prime. Thank you for that. Mitch here with the 17 months of support. Hopefully something happens. CD Dev at 37 fucking months. God damn. Cooper with the 39 months of tier 3. Hopefully I gave an adequate non-answer to your question. Tech Brew Boss with the 3 months. Jacob hitting 35 months of the Prime. Black Rain with the 6. H14H.com with the Prime. And All Too Swift with the 8 months of support. Thank you all. How's my hand? I still can't do much with it. I can type a little bit, which has been nice. Been trying to play PC games again, and Yeah, spacebar is rough. Hey, I saw you DM me about this, Shavam. It's just like the bring your own key is, instead of us passing our key, you pass it up on the request and we use it for that. I want to play more with Valdi before I do my video on it. I haven't had a chance. I've been way too busy. It's a little rough. Dia is not basically becoming Arc. Arc has a much better design philosophy than Dia does, so I don't think that is that simple at all. Sorry, YouTube. Love the hair today. I didn't even style it. This is just like how it goes if I don't do anything with it. Don't you think it's pretty bad you have to pay for a cursor subscription to bring your own key? No. There's a lot of things that are expensive with doing what they do. You know, they index your code base and expose that for the models to use, right? Like, there's a lot of other things that make Cursor an expensive product to run, not just the inference. Like, if you don't want to use Cursor's features and you want to bring your own key, just go use VS Code. Like, yeah. They brought the sidebar, and only like half of it, you still have to have the URL bar. Like, do I even have Dia installed at this point? I'll update it. How do I install the available update? I guess it just eventually does its thing. Is there no, like, how do I do the sidebar? Aha. So here's the problem. See how much vertical real estate is being taken up by that top nav? Let's go to t3.gg and let's compare this with Helium. That's the wrong page. Do I have that on the same zoom? It's 100. Wrong hotkey. Why would that... Is something else wrapping? I thought this would have a little more real estate at 100. Okay, that was just a weird overflow thing. Okay. So when you look here, you're only saving like 10 pixels of vertical real estate. And in the process, you're giving up the whole sidebar. So I don't fucking like this. I don't want this bar up top. I don't want this giant chat button here either. The thing I really want to emphasize here is between Helium and Dia, you're not getting much vertical real estate back. The reason I like the sidebar is it gives you full vertical real estate at the expense of a little bit of horizontal. This isn't Arc features coming to Dia. This is Dia adding a shitty sidebar. And I am so tired of people saying, well, Dia is becoming Arc. Don't you just want to use that then? No, it's not. It's missing half the shit I like. It's not good. And you can't even hide and show the sidebar. I guess you can, kind of. But you can't change the fucking hotkey, and I'm not using Command S for that shit. Please tell me they'll let me. There's show tabs in sidebar. Hide tabs. Okay, I can rebind that. And then new chat, I can... I'm going to do some weird ass shit for this one because I'm never going to use it. Cool. There. Almost usable. But this is too big. Like, it's not... I'm not benefiting from this at all. There you go. An honest attempt. You cannot make it compact. There is no ability to more compactify the browser, which is the whole thing I liked about it. Doesn't seem like they have any real information. Unable to understand what? How we do the, like, bring your own key for T3 chat? It's pretty simple. When you make an API request to one of the model providers, you need to bring a key when you do that. So normally, we use the key from our environment variables. If you're using your own key, then it's in local storage. And when you make the request, the key goes up alongside the request, and we use the different key when we hit the API. Not looked at C# 14. I did dump my tea bag. I'll also do the offset. Marker offset. We'll do 1825. There we go. Gonna be some bitter fucking tea. I did see this. I want to take a quick look at the Hat Club story. This feels really in the weeds of something that, like, I almost feel like we're not supposed to see externally. It's a lot of writing for what seems like some clueless people doing back end. Like an LM as a minister with... I heard about this at the time. Thanks for the hair compliments, Samir. Also, all too swift with the sub as well. I think I got you before regardless. Appreciate all you guys. CP run is shutting down. Fun. This was that article if you want it. Sally6791, thank you for the sub. We should figure out what we're talking about today. Oh, Amber. Sorry, YouTube chat. None of those are YouTube chat. There we go. So I had these on when they happened by default, and I've never been flamed so hard in my life for it. Everyone begged me to turn it off. And this is where my spicy take comes in. I feel bad about this one, but it's... I try to think of this as not as a spicy take, but an admittance and recognition of reality. I think it's really hard to be a successful engineer without knowing English decently well. I'm not saying that's because English is superior and other languages are inferior. I'm not saying this because I hate other languages. I'm saying this because the majority of programming languages were written in English, and you are required to know enough English to use those languages. It sucks that, like, an if statement is if, regardless of what language you speak. Most documentation is in English first. Most of the tooling and everything we do every day is English first. I hate this fact. I don't like that this is the truth, but it is. And as such, programmers that aren't able to, like, understand English are at a massive disadvantage. And I've seen this a ton throughout my community and other places as well, where I know so many people that didn't, like, take an English class or learn English formally in any way, shape, or form that just ended up knowing English decently well through learning how to code. Yeah. So sorry, I won't be turning on the translations again because they're bad. People hate them. And you should get more familiar with English if you're going to want to, like, keep leveling up as a software developer. It sucks that that's the case. I wish that wasn't the case. Found the word fathom for me. That's great. I love fathom. It's a phenomenal word. Also, I've had a lot of people tell me that my videos have helped them with their English, which I think is awesome. I do try to not use unnecessarily big and complex words. I'm just not that into the whole, like, flexing all the fancy words you learned at some point by reading a dictionary for too long bullshit. Just not for me. I think the coolest thing you can do as a presenter is talk about complex things with simple words. Yes, of course, NMG. What I think about having a master's degree at, like, 26, 29 versus having 2 more years of experience, I think you need to surround yourself with motivated people. And the cool thing about undergrad programs is you get to work with a lot of other devs around the same level of experience as you and learn as a group. The value of the degree is less that you got the piece of paper. It's more that you got to surround yourself with other focused people doing something similar to you at a similar level to you. And when that isn't the case, I find it much less valuable. Like, I think that a university program where you learn everything remotely and don't spend time with peers would be comically less valuable than an even worse school where you're actually spending time with other students. And my concern is that people who are going for masters in our space are not as motivated or focused. And your goal should always be, especially if you're hanging out in a community like this one, you should be going out of your way to try and min-max the time you're spending with other deeply invested people. I love Mickey so much. I helped him a lot with getting his channel going the way it is now, and I'm genuinely so proud of that kid. He's the best, and I'm really hyped for him. I find that collab content just doesn't work great for a bunch of reasons, sadly, but if I was to do more, it would definitely be with someone like him. Do I acknowledge that YouTube auto translation sucks if your Google's account set to anything but English? Yes, absolutely. It seems absolutely atrocious. You're able to interview at Amazon just from watching me in Prime? Good shit. I love that. And thank you for the kind words about my hand. It's healing. Actually, I don't know if you guys have seen the scar yet or if it's visible at this resolution, but I got a giant ass scar here, a couple more wounds there for when they put the camera in and the vacuum to clean a bunch of shit out. Good times. Google's nested learning paradigm. Ooh. I did actually see, I watched a video earlier from AI Explained about this. That was really good. I have a couple topics ready-ish today. Nothing breaking though, super pressing timeline-wise. So it'll be fun to just hang out. Yeah, this is an old skate injury, and my thumb has just slowly been falling off my hand, and I had to get it reattached effectively. They had to recreate the ligament, attach some muscles, burn off a bunch of muscle tissue that was scarred up and wasn't healing properly, and vacuum out a handful of bone chunks. Good times. What is this? Ooh. I like this idea, actually. I will keep this open. Is that short and long version of the same article? That's a really cool concept. I like this already. I'll throw this in here just so I don't lose it. Good link. New gen of the Google TPUs. Fun. I wish I had all of these things for when I did the video about Gemini 3 I just put out today. I can't review random apps on stream, man. That would be way too much. Just things flowing through that I don't have time for. Appreciate it though. Good luck. The injury was when I was 15 and I got the surgery at 30. So I definitely delayed it for a while. And yes, it was not cheap. Thank you, Dedrone. I don't know if I should call you Dedrone or Ronos or Dedronos, but I'll call you Ronos. Thank you for the Prime sub. Flavio, the legend, 4 months in. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for the support. Good seeing you this morning. We got a Mercery here with a 35 months. Fucking crazy. And Steezy J, I'm calling you Steezy because it looks like that to me. Thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, the Mon site's great. Cerebrus has a model sold out right now. That's fun. I kind of want to do something a little different. I've wanted more shorts content for a while for a bunch of reasons. So we're going to try something for a little bit before we get started with actual content for the day. we're going to do a Q&A. We've gotten some good questions today, and I already felt like some of those would have been worthy of shorts. So, ask me some questions. Sorry, YouTube chat. I do monitor it. It's just annoying because sadly the YouTube chat breaks on my browser. On the master's topic, I'm a fresh graduate and can't find a job right now. Does a master's at this point make sense? When decide to do it, if at all? I get a lot of questions about master's degrees. Actually, no, fuck. I need to marker this. Let me marker this first. Cool. Doing a Q&A. If we want to turn this into shorts, we can. Good luck, FaZe. Good luck, Ben. Whoever ends up doing it. Anyways. I'm a fresh graduate and can't find a job right now. Is a master's at this point making sense? When do I decide to do it, if at all? Getting a master's is a hard sell, if I'm being real. The most important thing in college is that you're surrounding yourself with peers. The thing that you get from that is having other people to pace yourself against, to understand better, and hopefully, if you do well, some of them will too, and you can use them as connections and references as you build your own career. I find that the actual piece of paper you get that says that you know how, I find the piece of paper you get at the end that tells people you know how to code is much less valuable than the peers and connections you make along the way. So generally speaking, I don't think something like a master's is as worth it. If you're struggling to get a job, that's not a failure in you. That's a very common thing now. The best advice I have is to try and build up your network. Find other people in the space that are at a similar level of skill to you, or maybe a little bit ahead of where you are, and try your best to be good friends with them, learn from them, spend time with them. And then when the right opportunity comes up, you'll be at the top of the pile instead of the bottom. I kind of want a diagram for this, but I think that's enough for a good short. Let's look at other questions. Why is my name Theo? Because Theodore is too long and I don't like Teddy. Thoughts on Apple plus Gemini regarding the upcoming Gemini 3? I already published a video on that. Personal or technical, whatever's interesting. Major updates play for T3 chat? Yeah, mobile app's the big one. I can work with this one. Should I bother with a comp sci? Should I bother with comp sci, or should I just pursue IT certs like a CompTIA type thing? I still think university is really worth it. The most important thing when you're trying to get a job in the space is that you have friends that are in the space already. It's the quickest way to get to the top of the pile for resumes. Most job listings don't go public until they've already exhausted the internal network. So if a team decides they want to hire somebody and someone on the team is a friend of yours from college, and they ask the people on the team, do you guys know anybody who's available? You can get in on that opportunity. And that matters so much more than the certifications that you have. I find the whole credentialism thing is like really easy to fall for when you're in high school and even in college, because it seems like that's what matters. And it seems like that's so important. But in the end, the only thing that matters is who do you know and how much do they trust you? So I would advise going with whatever program surrounds you with the most people like you who are going to go out and make their own careers, because having a good network matters way more than any piece of paper anyone can sell you. How do you balance your founder work life with your private and social life? Very poorly. I basically treat these things like they're the same, and it has its benefits and negatives. Most of my friends are in a similar space for work, so I can, like, last night I was hanging out with a team of people doing some cool image gen stuff that might end up being a sponsor, as well as one of my friends from Trey and one of my friends that's working on other really cool stuff at ByteDance, specifically links. So I spent the night nerding out with a bunch of fellow devs that are in a similar spot, made it more likely we get a big sponsor deal in the future, and that was my socialization for the night. So finding that balance where even the downtime is kind of work it sucks, but it is also really fun once you get there. And I'm at the point where I can't really distinguish like what is work and what isn't because the lines have gotten so blurry. But I do very much miss my skateboard. What's next surgery-wise for my hand? We don't know yet until I complete physical therapy. My physical therapy starts on Friday. Hardest business lesson I've ever learned or witnessed a founder learning. That's a good one. Okay, this isn't necessarily the hardest, but it's the one that hit me the hardest recently. There's a common thing people try to do when they're explaining their product to other people. So if this is your product, it's very easy to find yourself trying to explain the whole thing to somebody who doesn't understand it yet. And there are so many little details in your product that you put a lot of effort and time into that matter a lot to you. And it's so easy to try and the default mode people will get into when they're trying to explain this to somebody is to try and explain all of the parts. So they'll try to give you what effectively is like a shrunken down version of the whole thing. This isn't very clear. There's a lot of stuff you did when you made your thing that you've spent a lot of time thinking about, working on, and doing that matters a lot to you because you live deep in the space. That doesn't matter to somebody who doesn't know if the thing you're doing matters yet. They don't even know what it is. The way I've seen this phrased is 100% accuracy, 50% clarity. It's so easy as a person who's building things you care about to be so focused on being 100% accurate with how you explain it that you lose all of the clarity in the process. The best pitch for what you're building should feel reductive. Your homepage for your product should piss off some people at the company because it doesn't properly represent some of the work they're doing. In order for the pitch to be good, it has to be reductive. So instead of 100% accuracy, 50% clarity, you should be aiming for something a little different. 80% accuracy, 100% clarity. Your pitch should not be perfectly accurate to your product. Your pitch should be it's way more important that your pitch is clear. Cool. I think that was a good one. Someone doing undergrad with the option for internships being rather terrible, what do I think your best option would be? Feels like the startup race is full of AI slop and the job market's borderline extinct. I want to shorten this one a little bit. This could absolutely be a good question for this. I'm also going to change the chat view slightly to make this better. How do I want to do that? What I'll do, I'll put Twitch chat here and do this. Dismiss all those things. Cool. Oh no, I can't scroll back far enough to see that one. God damn it. Well, I can do this for it. Cool. Here we go. As someone doing an undergrad with the options for internships being rather terrible, what do I think your best options are? That's a great question, and I honestly wish I had better answers right now. My summers during university were some of the best and worst times. One of the things I would put a lot of effort into was I would personally take a decent number of credits during the summers where I didn't have internships because I wanted to get out of school faster. I ended up with 2 degrees as a result, which was cool and all, but probably not the best use of my time. The most important thing during the summer is to not lose inertia. And the next most important thing is to surround yourself with people that are like-minded and hardworking. So if you had the opportunity to go work on a really cool project, but it was solo and you wouldn't make a lot of connections, I would tell you to stay at school and hang out with people at university, because having deeper relationships with those around you will always matter more than almost anything that you can have on your piece of paper, like a title or a history at another company. But obviously, if you can get a gig somewhere where you can learn a lot, meet a lot of cool people, you should probably do that instead. There are other crazy options, things like volunteering at a local high school to help them like get kids started with code stuff. But what you really should be focused on during college is making as many connections as you can to people in the space that you want to be in. So that could be volunteer work, that could be helping schools, that could be doing TAing and or that could be doing TA work at the school that you're already at. That could be working with researchers at your school, volunteering your time to contribute code. I did that for 2 summers. I worked on internal projects for my university just to have something to do during the summer. So whatever you can do to deepen those relationships and make more connections, that's probably your best bet. I'm going to miss a bunch by scrolling through it this way now, but whatever. Is it possible to make a career by yourself if you have not made... That's what I kind of answered. You can do it. Like, it's possible to get a job without connections. It's just way fucking harder. What's the best piece of advice I'd give to devs or creators who are trying to grow their own niche without burning out? I have a lot of thoughts on burnout, and I know this doesn't work for me the way it does for most people, so take this with a grain of salt. I find that I get burnt out for me, I get burnt out, or how do I want to put this? All right, my hair got fucked already. Great. Good enough. Personally, I get burnt out when I'm forced to work on a thing I don't feel like working on. And my tricks for that are my trick to work around that is to try and focus on the things I actually enjoy doing and have enough of them that I won't get tired of one. It doesn't matter how much you love one of your projects. If you do nothing but that project, you will eventually get sick of it and not feel like working on it and burn out. So for me, having a couple different things I'm really interested in, and when one gets tiring, I can go to the other. That's been my strategy. I have my business with T3 Chat. I have my channel, which you guys are watching, and I have my skateboard, which I don't have right now. And not being able to skate as one of my 3 things I rotate between is definitely getting me a little bit more burnt out than usual. So I'm being extra careful to rotate between things before I get tired of any one of them. All of that said, you'll still have to power through things sometimes, and it sucks, but it does get better. As long as you focus on the things you love and building and doing things that you wish existed, you'll find the motivation again. So I made a great mobile chat app using the AI SDK. Would I be interested in maybe hiring them? I wish that we had the bandwidth to hire right now. More people wouldn't really help us at the moment. If anything, it would kind of slow us down just because of all the orchestration. Poor Mark misses writing code so much, but now we have enough employees that he has to manage all of that. On top of that, we are working with Infinite Red for our mobile app, so we don't have a reason to hire right now. In the future, it could be possible, but if you just do that anyways, the amount of opportunities that could happen as a result is huge. All that said, posting cool demos on Twitter is probably going to get you more of that right attention than building something just specifically for me to try and get a job for me. With today's job market, would I consider starting my own web app as opposed to working for someone else? I think that funny enough, I think that both of these are hard for similar reasons. The way that you make success with your own applications and with your own products is by getting the right attention from the right people. The way you get a job right now is getting the right attention from the right people. I think it's easier to get attention from devs that can potentially hire you as coworkers than it is to get attention from a customer base that you want to sell a product to. The things that make it hard to get a job make it even harder to build your own thing and be successful with it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm saying that the challenge you're experiencing getting a job will be even more the case when you try to build your own thing. Will T3 chat ever support bring your own backend or too complex? That's way too complex for us, sadly. They listen to Danny Brown? Yes, really good. I want to do a proper sit down focused listen before giving real judgment, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm also I'm a fan of or friends with half the people who featured, so I'm biased. How would I go about building a mobile app and web app that use Convex as the backend database and WorkOS as the provider? I haven't seen a good example of this. I might bug Mickey to make one, but I would probably start with T3 Turbo and work from there. And just import the Convex package in both the web app and the mobile app. Good shit, Zeb. I love these types of programs. You think the recent AI/ML push is more reminiscent? This is actually a really good one. Put my lid on my tea quick so it doesn't get too cold. Do I think the recent AI and machine learning push is more reminiscent of the SaaS cloud push or the blockchain and Web3 push? This is a really good question. I think that there was a specific smell during the blockchain era that I didn't like. The best example I have there was with... Let me retake this. I want this to be a really good short because this one could do really well. Thank you for the question, Spec. Actually, I want a diagram for this. Let's say you're trying to build a product in a given space. This product is a thing that people will use. There are things you need in order for this to work, there are things you need to build on top of it. So in Web3, you might have a blockchain underneath your product. I also find that for a lot of spaces, there's a lot of interest in building these in-between tools, the things that will enable the revolutionary technology like blockchains, LLMs, whatever else, in the product that will allow for the product to be better and built more easily on top of whatever the cool revolutionary tech is. The thing I don't like is when there's too much focus on this in-between layer and it's being focused for building a whole set of types of products that don't actually matter or have any proven value yet. So in Web3, we had this real bad. I knew more companies trying to build OAuth for Web3 than I knew companies that needed OAuth for Web3 because no one had figured out what user-facing products were needed. They were just building tools because they thought they would eventually, maybe, hopefully be necessary. For the most part, I don't see this as much in AI, but I do see it sometimes. I know way too many companies doing observability for MCP and zero companies that actually need that right now. That all said, doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as crypto did. How do I market a product launch? I've said before it's not worth it to do YouTube and social media for conversation. Retake. How do I market a product launch? I've said before it's not worth it to do YouTube and social media for conversions. So for B2C in particular, but I'll cut the B2C bit. Just going to focus on this in general because it's a good question. People see that when people see big numbers, their brains fall out. When you see someone with 100,000 followers pushing a thing, you're like, oh, of course it's successful. The person's so popular. That's not how that works. It is also really hard to build and maintain that audience, especially if you keep pushing the same thing over and over again. If every time somebody watches one of my videos, I'm shilling the same product, you're going to stop watching those videos because you've either already adopted it and don't care, or you've decided you don't want it and now you're getting annoyed. It's always one of those two. In an ideal world, you wouldn't. So if you build a following, you need to talk about a lot of different things and you need to maintain that for a very long time. It's not worth it. It's much better to spend your time and money helping someone else add a thing to their set of things they cover. You're not going to get famous talking about two things. I've gotten decently popular talking about like 40. You should probably try and be one of the 40 things I talk about because then you get access to my audience without having to build it yourself and you have a way better variety of things being shown to people and they're more likely to get it. And on top of all of that, you can do that with lots of different creators who understand their audiences better than you do. It makes no sense to try and build an audience because maintaining it is really hard when you could pay someone who has an audience to make their life easier, to have more variety of things they show, and then everyone wins. If you think follow counts will get conversion, don't build a follow count, pay for one. What's the ideal place for dev teams to be on the security versus moving quickly spectrum? That's a tough question. You have to do a lot of thinking on this in terms of what types of data are you storing, what are the risks of things being insecure. But also, I find most security issues are due to really deep fundamental tech failures in products that make it easy to make those failures. For example, a tool like Supabase, which lets you connect directly to the database through row-level security, leaves a lot of room for mistakes to happen. In contrast, a product like Convex, where you have to write exposure functions for queries and mutations, they are the only way to access the data, is a lot harder to make those mistakes because you have to read the code and know what's actually happening. So I had to set a different title for this. We don't use Spring or anything like that at all. I really need to do the Clone Fun video. I keep forgetting to, and I've been so fucking busy. I've been working on getting everyone paid first. That reminds me, I need to send some emails after this. How can I convince my former colleague and friend to join my successful startup? That's a tough one. You need to really understand what that friend wants out of their career and know going in that you can't change what they want. You can give them the pieces to convince themselves they want something else. But if they want the stability of a traditional job, the health insurance, the comfort of knowing their job will still probably be there next year, big companies probably aren't their best bet either because everything's crazy with layoff culture. All of that said, there are some people who just don't want the startup thing. Don't try to convince them otherwise. But figure out what they want, what excites them, what satisfies them, and what isn't satisfying to them right now, and lean into that. Another fun pro tip is if you have friends that are in cool places that they have respect for, try to pull them in to help. I've helped a handful of startups I invested in by having them send me the information for a candidate, and then I call them and push them over the line. Imagine you're 50-50 on joining a startup, but you're a big fan of mine, and you suddenly get a call, and it's me trying to convince you to join because I invested. Those have a pretty close to 100% conversion rate. So figure out what they want, what they like, and where they look, and take advantage of that. References don't matter if they are not references by an employee to the company or by an ex-coworker. The harsh reality about professors is that they don't have real jobs. They're not a good reference point. And for more good questions, organizers should never jump at new technologies. They're not mature yet. Okay. Okay, this is a good one. We'll read this proper for this. I recognize you should never jump at new technology since they are not mature yet. But what are the green flags for when technology is actually ready to jump on? That's a really good question. I wish I had a simple answer. My general philosophy with these things is it's better to be late than early. I have been burned many times by being early to a technology, and I've actually benefited greatly from showing up late to a new technology. I adopt the thing not because I think it's ready or not. I adopt it because I'm relatively confident it's ready. I've seen others find success with it, and it solves a problem I have. I'm not really thinking in terms of what technology should I be trying to use. I go the opposite way. It's what problems do I have that are annoying to solve? What technologies exist that solve that problem? And what success have others found with those technologies? I don't want to be the first business to bet on a new tool. I don't want to be the first product to go all in on something that might not exist next year. But if it's existed for 4 years and 10 companies have built good things with it, I'm much more likely to give that thing an honest go. Been hard before on coding work that doesn't amount to ship products that people actually use compared to academic. This perspective being set through the lens of someone in the space as a product maker, founder more generally. What advantages do I see to coding work that's not correlated with a product that is or will be shipped to actual users? It is really demoralizing for people to work on code for product that they expect is going to ship when they're working on it and then doesn't. It just feels really bad when you put a lot of effort into a thing with a specific expectation and that expectation isn't met, not because of equality or anything, but just some external force changing the way things are going. It's super demoralizing. Building for the sake of experimentation or to play with a thing or try a thing is great, but you have to go in with that mindset because you'll behave differently. I would feel so bad for somebody who crunched hard and worked their ass off on something because they thought it would be better if they put more effort in, and then the thing just doesn't come out at all. That just sucks, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I'll have some fun follow-ups on the Stripe stuff in the near future, hopefully. Any tips for someone who's making the transition to be a manager? Oh boy, I love this topic. Your role as a manager is a couple different things, but the two I really try to focus on are being an umbrella and being a cheerleader. You need to be the person that I'm getting... It's okay, nothing too important. Cool. I'll put this. On one hand, when things go wrong, you're the first person there to notice it and do something about it. Both when things externally come to rain on your team or when mistakes happen within your team. You're the thing that protects outside forces from getting to your team, hurting them, bothering them, etc. So you need to protect them from the shit that's going on above you at the company. And there will always be some shit going on above you at the company. That's just how it works. You also need to be their number one supporter. Everyone on your team needs to be really hyped and excited about the work that they're doing if you want them to be working at their best. So when they come to you with something that they care about, they're excited about, they're doing, obviously make sure they're still focused on the mission or whatever they're supposed to be, but let them lean into that. If there's something they're exploring that they're really excited about, that you're not necessarily as excited about or don't think is going to work, it's not necessarily your place anymore to stop them from doing it. It's much better to let them do it and fail because now you've shown them you trust them enough. They learn the lesson much better. You've gotten the what if out of their head and you've done your job as a good manager. You're building good relations with your team and they will trust you way more when things go wrong and they need to come to you. The best thing you can have with your team as a manager is trust, and you should do that by protecting them and supporting them. Yo, Mickey, I saw you on my other monitor. Good to see you, man. We were talking about you earlier. At what point does learning new programming languages hit diminishing returns? I've never liked the obsession with learning a bunch of different programming languages. It always felt kind of silly to me. Like, I don't care how many languages you do or don't know. Once you're at a certain level with engineering, you can pick up most languages and most technologies relatively easily. Some of the best React engineers I ever hired were being hired from companies that were using Angular, or even some of the best ones I worked with were writing game engines in Zig and had never written a line of JavaScript before. Once you know how to think like an engineer, these types of things stop mattering, and I am so tired of the language wars. Right now we're doing Q&A, Gabriel, because I want to farm some clips. Sorry, I'm losing my voice already. That's not good. Is there anything that could happen that would get me to start Is there anything that could happen that would get me to spend more time building with Elixir instead of TypeScript, or even something like Svelte? I think about this a lot. I miss Elixir so dearly. I really do. I just find that the benefits of those technologies matter even less with the cool things to build right now. Elixir is great for a lot of different types of highly concurrent and scalable work because it's built on top of Beam from the old Erlang world. It scales so well horizontally. You just spin up more servers and it kind of just works if you design your system right, which is really easy to do in Elixir. I love the syntax. I love the ecosystem. I love all of those things. but I don't need any of those for most of what I'm building. And now that I live in a world where I'm stuck waiting for hours for LLMs to finish their responses, the need for those types of things has gone down significantly. If I was still doing media processing stuff, I would probably be building on top of Elixir, but it just doesn't make sense for the stuff I'm building. And it's also not portable at all. It's really hard to build an app in Elixir and then send it to someone to run themselves. How much should a startup focus on making good and scalable code at the beginning with the least amount of tech debt? Is there a certain point where you have to reprogram everything? This is another one of those things that's hard to just give a straight up answer to. I wish I could hand you a chart on when to build scalable and when not. It's a thing you have to build senses for over time. And finding a balance between tech that scales well and tech that you can build with quick, it's just a thing you get to over time. It's not easy to... Actually, I want to retry my answer on this because this could be a really good short if I get this right. How much should a startup focus on making good and scalable code at the beginning with the least amount of tech debt? Is there a certain point where you should reprogram everything? As for the when to reprogram bit, that you'll know when you get there. A lot of this is kind of like that. It's a you know it when you see it type thing. It's impossible to know that the tech you're building on scales for what you're doing until you try and you hit problems. Generally speaking, my recommendation is to build with what you're familiar with and confident in, and build, or it doesn't necessarily matter how or if it scales. That all said, I try to avoid tech that doesn't scale in general. Most of the things I build and most of the ways I build are as easy for a solo project with a couple users as they are to scale to millions. There's a lot of tech that makes it really easy to do both, and I don't see any reason to build with things that can't scale if there are easier solutions that do. If I needed to live somewhere else in the world and I couldn't live in SF anymore, where would you be? Could I still come to SF? If so, I'd probably live in Oakland or Berkeley so I can get here easily. I need to be in SF. How much do I think high school students should be focused on getting into the best possible university? I think it's important to be building connections, and there are probably better connections to have at the better universities. But you also can make a lot of good connections at high school too. If you have other people at your high school that are doing things similar to what you're interested in, if you have other coders at your school, I'd be more focused on building connections with them and having a network of people that are going to go to different universities and get different jobs. If you don't have that, I would lock in on getting into a good university so you can make up for the time you lost not having those connections in high school. But in the end, the connections you have is what defines your success with your career. I've even went as far as saying people should take 50% plus pay cuts to be on the better team they enjoy working with more, because those connections matter way more for your career long term than any amount of money you can make short term. I've heard of people who are giving up roles they love with teams they genuinely love every day working with to get like a 10K raise at another company full of people they don't know anything about. That always gives me the ick. Just build shit and make connections, Leo. Any advice for keeping up with old colleagues and your network? Or I'll read the mid-career bit too. For mid-career devs, do you have any advice for keeping up with old colleagues and your network? I worry about not keeping up with everyone and during busy seasons with anyone in my industry. Lunch and dinner is so important. Obviously, that'll help most for the people you're currently working with, but it's so good if you have that opportunity. Actually, different take on this. Cut that part. Keep my read. I think people worry a little too much about keeping their network, like, how do I put this? I think people worry too much about the state of their connections when they're not being... God, wording this point's really hard. Yeah. I've been trying to find the right way to explain you shouldn't care about this, and I'm struggling, so we're just going to go with that. You really don't need to worry too much about this. Your goal should be to make the best possible impression during the time that you are working with them. When you have this person more close to you, be it they're a coworker, you're at school with them, whatever else, make the best possible impression and do the coolest work with them and be the nicest person to work with. It's way better for them to have a great memory from 3 years ago than an okay memory from 2 weeks ago. Don't worry about building new memories with these ex-coworkers and these people from your past. It's way, way, way better and way more valuable to be as exceptional as you can be for them when you work together, because they'll remember that many years later when you hit them up for the right thing at the right time. What advice would I give to technical support engineers to transition to SWE? This is a really good question, and I've had a lot of people doing these types of transitions in my past. The biggest thing by far, you'll notice a theme in a lot of the things I talk about, make connections with people who do the thing you want to do. If you're doing technical support engineering work, there is a lot of opportunities to bridge the gap and work with SWEs at the company you're at directly. It's so useful. Have a couple of those people as friends and advocates. Ideally, you'll be at a point where a handful of them don't even know that you're not an SWE because you're so involved with them. You're going to their meetings, you're reading their code, you're writing reviews, you're involved in their circles. Be indistinguishable from an SWE at your company, and you'll suddenly be one. And if somehow you still can't get the role, just wait till one of those engineers leaves and goes to another company, and then tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, any openings there? I'd love to do a software dev role. You'll get that job almost immediately. I bought a lot of tickets for the G. Jones EPROM set. I will absolutely be there. I just EPROM pilled my channel manager, Ben, so he'll be going as well. This should be a very fun show. So yeah, if you're going to be in SF and you like really loud electronic music, this is going to be a fun show in December. Very excited for it. Oh, wait, you're going to be in Seattle, Maple? Exciting. I think I already knew that. Regardless, I'm hyped for you. Do I think the degree you get in college actually matters? Would I advise against studying something adjacent to CS in STEM? I think the most important thing is to be surrounded with engineers and other people similar to you doing similar things. And I can't imagine other programs at a college having more engineers in your classes and around you than doing CS. It's hard for me to recommend other things if your goal is to be an engineer, simply because being surrounded with engineers will make your life much easier long term. The degree itself doesn't matter that much, but the connections will carry you through the rest of your life. I still benefit greatly from friends I made in college over 10 years ago in the craziest, unexpected places. Never underestimate how powerful that can be. No, it was a vacation with your apartment office. Congrats. Any advice for not dying in a mosh pit? Seeing Jane tomorrow. Oh boy. Stay in the back. I'm not a mosh pit guy. I'm too broken and tall. And it's also funny when I go to a show like that because everybody's half my age now. Yeah. There's people graduating college who are born after 2000, motherfucker. It's 2025. People born after 2000 are 25. I just build solutions to my problems. I have a list of those that's forever growing. Just get in the habit of writing down when you have a problem with something that you wish there was a better solution to, and just maintain that list. You'll be amazed how many things you'll find. I I don't remember specifically how Luke and I are homies and have been for a while. I don't actually remember how it started. I think it was just like iOS versus Android shit posting on Twitter in like 2013 or 14. I was always friendly with those guys, especially back when I did a really cringe tech review blog back in the day. Yeah, Luke's just fucking awesome. However nice you think he is 10 times nicer in person. He's just a great friend to have. And when I started my YouTube, I didn't have a lot of friends who got the YouTube side. And when he became a CTO, he didn't have a lot of friends who understood being a CTO or an exec at a real company. So he kind of just melded there because I could be his exec friend that would help him with company politics, and he could be my YouTube friend that would keep me from burning out and going insane on this hellish platform. You had to look up what unk meant. Oh, Maple. We're old now. If you're looking for a platform for jobs, you're fucked. You know what? This will be a good one, actually. What's the best platform? What's the best job finder? What can I read? What's the best job finding platform except for garbage like LinkedIn and freelance platforms? Bad news. There isn't one. There is no simple solution to getting a job. I really wish I could give better, or I really wish that wasn't. I don't know what I just did. Yeah. As soon as something is publicly listed, you're going to be spammed with endless resumes. If you put something up publicly in any of these places, you'll be spammed with thousands of options of people who are AI generating shit resumes. You're never going to find success with those places because those are companies that are. On top of that, the companies that are good to work with and the teams that are awesome to be on have finished hiring before the roles even go public. I know for a fact that when we hire for things like T3 chat, the roles never go public anywhere because I just hit up people that I think might be interested that would make sense for what we're doing. You want to be top of mind for people who might be hiring, not top of list for some company that failed to hire through their own network first. Public listings on places like LinkedIn or doing things through recruiting is a last resort. First resort is you know what? This could be two separate charts. We'll do that one as the first version. And I'll do a second version as well. People often ask me why they can't get a job on LinkedIn or other platforms like it. The reality is that LinkedIn is just one of the tools that create. The reality is that LinkedIn is one of the options that we have as hiring managers, and it's probably the worst one on the list. There's a whole process we go through when we're trying to hire, and our goal is to start from the top and hopefully hire before we get to the bottom of our options. Before we go to LinkedIn directly, we often will hire a recruiter or a recruiting firm that will look for people that are relevant to the specific role that we have. Before we do that, though, we're probably going to look at other options within our own circle. So if our team has engineers and a handful of them went to college, a lot of those people probably have friends that might be a good fit for the role. So in-team referrals happen way before we would go to LinkedIn. But before we even get there, in-company poaching is one of the best options because then you don't even need to onboard somebody to your tech. You don't have to move their health insurance over. You don't have to go through all the crazy processes, get them a computer, re-onboard them and teach them everything. If you get someone from here, it will take them a few days to start contributing to your code base. You get someone from here, it'll take a few weeks. If you get someone from here, it'll take a few months. And if you get someone from here, there's a 50-50 chance they're not good at all. So we optimize when we're hiring to be with the people that we already know can do the job. And at the bottom, LinkedIn is only really there for the worst roles at the worst companies that don't have enough connections to hire someone better. I have no prediction for how this all plays out for the next few years. I'm just riding the wave. You look at mobile app timelines? Not yet. Soon, hopefully. Prefer CI/CD tool, GitHub. When I have multiple possible paths like job offers, projects, etc., what's my thought process for taking my pick? If it's hard for me to decide, then my options aren't good enough yet. Generally speaking, the best option is so clear that I don't really consider the other ones. That if you have three options that seem equally good, it's probably best to wait it out until you find a fourth option that's so good you're not interested in those three anymore. I have no specific OpenAI predictions, honestly. It's not the most safe thing to keep in a local storage, but it's not the worst either. In an ideal world, we would encrypt it using some key on our server, and you would be storing the encrypted version of it, and we would decrypt it. We're moving to that now with the Vault stuff with WorkOS, I believe. But it's not that big a deal unless the JavaScript in your browser is compromised. I like this point. It's as vulnerable as money stored in your home. Yep. As a college kid, you have 2 to 3 startup offers that pay really well, but you're scared you won't learn anything about systems that are built to scale. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters for your early gigs is that you're surrounded with awesome people that you want to work with. If you can make good connections and have a good time working with those people, that is 1,000 times more valuable than any specific knowledge you could get at some big company where you hate working. Surround yourself with awesome people and pick the team of those 3 that is the team you would be most excited to work with. Because the people is what matter long term, not the specific knowledge you get at your first job. Undergrad thesis tips. Did I do undergrad thesis? I don't even think I did. Oh, I did for music, but not for CS. So I got nothing for you. Do I think we'll reach a moment where we run out of compute for AI growth? No, we'll find ways to do more compute. I think, okay, this is actually a good one. What do I think about people who are getting jobs to understand the industry and how it works instead of going straight into a startup? Assuming that this is make their own startup, connections is what matters in the end. You will have way more connections if you get real jobs and work at companies and do more things in the industry. It's so valuable to have those connections. I would never have found success with my companies if it wasn't for the people that I met at Twitch that could be my original advisors, investors, and emotional support as things got hard. There would be no T3 chat or ping if it wasn't for my time at Twitch. If you have something you want to build so badly that you can't sleep at night, go do the startup. Don't let me stop you. But if you don't have that thing yet, don't do a startup because it's the hot new thing. Go surround yourself with peers and coworkers that will become the connections that carry you through the rest of your life. It's a silly way of putting it, but you should be optimizing for finding a best man for your wedding, not optimizing for having a startup with a high equity return. Is Hyperpop transcoded? Or is Hyperpop transcoded? And if so, what are your thoughts on that as a fan? Hyperpop largely came from Sophie, who is Sophie's definitely trans, but I don't know enough about those things to give the right set of adjectives for them. Not that they even really had them or cared. The whole section of music was birthed from that. It makes sense that it stayed a consistent theme within it. God, I could literally talk about this for like 2 hours. Like, yeah, if I talk about this as much as I want to and as deep as I want to, it'll get really political, which I don't want to do. I think it's awesome. I don't think hyperpop could exist without it being fundamentally transcoded. Like, that's a big part of what made it what it is. And that's part of what makes that section of art so fucking cool. Any tips of finding a co-founder or employees? Very different for these two. Very, very different. Co-founders are people, ideally, that you've known for years, that you've gotten into heated arguments with and came out appreciating each other more. Finding a co-founder is kind of like trying to find a life partner. And if you're not going about it that way, you're going to have a bad time. Employees are entirely different. Your ideal first employees at your company are people that you already know you can work with well. Ideally, because you've done it in the past. If you have people that you had a great experience working with before, and now you run this company that is doing well enough that you need engineers, start with the people you know that you know can come in, hit the ground running, and are pleasant to work with. Yes, Shavim. I use Whisperflow. I find it to be really nice. I still am not used to talking to my computer, though. Seems like there's not much doubt that AI is at least a financial bubble to some extent. Only question is, when is it going to burst? Do I agree? Do I have any thoughts? .com was a bubble too, but the internet is still the most important piece of technology we've ever invented as humans. I find it's hard to even think about this in a way that's useful, much less act accordingly. My advice is always to just build the thing that's exciting to you and be prepared to ride some crazy waves. But I have no proper advice on this long term, simply because no one can know. How valued are higher degrees like a master's or a PhD in the current job market? Is it seen as valued given labs and orgs are publishing more research, or is it viewed as a credential chasing type thing? I think this depends on what you're doing. Like, if you're doing research, having a PhD is a great thing. If you're writing code, nobody fucking cares. Best possible thing you could do is have the best possible thing for getting jobs will always be the connections you have and the people that know you and trust you. Building that trust with people will be a million times more useful than any piece of paper you could possibly own. Is the App Store dying with the rise of web apps? No. How much does success in school transfer over to success in career? There is a 0% overlap between these things. I wish there was more. I really do. The problem is that success in school can come from a lot of different things. If you're successful in school because you were the coolest person to collaborate with, you were a good peer, you worked with other students, you would do study groups, collaborate, and make yourself successful through the process of working with others, you'll probably do well in your career. But if you were successful in school because you min-maxed every single test, you would study solo as hard as you had to and no more or less, and spend no time at building connections or improving your positioning beyond getting the best possible score, you're screwed. Should you prioritize your SF offers if you're young? Yeah. I try my best to do the whole, like, do what feels right for you and the people you want to be with. But if you're in tech and you're in this chat and you really care about the stuff that we talk about and do here, it's so beneficial to be in SF. Just the amount of random one-off connections and opportunities you'll run into as a result of that is unbeatable. Take as much advantage of that as you possibly can. Anytime, NMG. My professor is really good in AI, and he suggested training me by doing a research project with him. Do I recommend that? Absolutely yes. Abso-fucking-lutely yes. And if you have another peer that you think is really talented, that you really enjoy working with, once you've built a good relationship with that professor and you've gotten pretty deep in that research, ask if you can bring them on. That will show so much initiative. It'll give you a great opportunity to work with others and grow and make a good connection with that person you know that they'll want to pay you back for forever. What's my most successful hack of a non-computer system? Ooh. This is a funny one. When I was skating a lot more, back in high school especially, I had a backpack with 3 things in it. WD-40, duct tape, and a construction vest. WD-40 to make things that should move, or WD-40 will make it so something that isn't moving. How do I say this part? If something isn't moving and it should be, the WD-40 will do it. If something is moving and it shouldn't be, the duct tape will do it. If there's something you want but you can't take, the construction vest will make it so no one's suspicious when you take it. You'd be amazed how many places you can walk into wearing a construction vest, take literally anything you want, and walk out, and no one questions it, especially if you want things like traffic cones for skateboards. I vibe coded an app that launched a month ago and we already did 20K in revenue this month. The issue is that I don't actually know how to code and I'm afraid of things going wrong. Any advice on how to hire our first technical developer? You're hanging out in my Twitch chat. You're more technical than you give yourself credit. You probably are more capable than a lot of the types of technical people that you would get. But as always, I recommend going through your network, people you know and trust that you are confident can do the thing you need and will disagree with you when you're doing something wrong. You really don't want somebody that will blindly do whatever you say. You want someone at your level or above that sees you as equals so you can have those back and forths. No, thank you, Mondays. One of the hardest things is letting go of being the person who solves all of the problems all of the time. Okay, this one's going to be another rant here for sure. I moved from software dev into management. One of the hardest things is letting go of being the person who solves all of the problems all of the time. Your title or your job changes from that to enabling your engineers to solve the problem. Yes, louder for the people in the back. So much of your job as a manager is setting up your team for success. Be it protecting them from things they shouldn't have to deal with, being in the room with them when they get excited about things, but most importantly, giving up the work that you love the most so your team can do it instead. The best time to hire for some role and the best time to move to management is when you love the thing so much you'll miss it because you'll live vicariously through the team. And when they have the wins you otherwise would have before, you'll both get to be excited together. And once you learn to share that excitement with them, you'll learn it's actually stronger for you when someone else does the thing instead of you. And once you really internalize that, once you learn to love it more when someone else does your favorite thing instead of you doing it, you're going to kill it as management. Oh, thanks, Anova. Are actors in TypeScript the next big thing? Why do I use a Mac? Why don't I use Linux anymore? There are just so many little things that I don't have the time to deal with at this point in my life, be it the graphics software I use for editing thumbnails and doing graphics work, or Final Cut, which I dearly, dearly love for doing video editing. It's just hard for me to move off of macOS. It's generally much more stable for me. Having a MacBook with the incredible battery life you get on them nowadays is so nice. And it's also the standard that everyone else uses. Something I do a lot is pair with people, and we can swap laptops, or I can hand them mine or they can hand me theirs, and we're all familiar because we're all on Mac. It's just a nice enough solution. It's far from perfect. I have so many issues with macOS and with Apple in general, but man, even getting Linux good enough for me to use for content was nearly impossible. I'm going to be flamed for this one, but I'd honestly rather use Windows. How effectively is programming taught in schools? It isn't. You're not going to learn how to code for real at a school because anybody teaching code for a living doesn't know how to code for a living. They might have at some point, but there's a good chance their knowledge is way too out of date. You might learn the language and the syntax through school, but you'll never learn what it's like to actually build things. You learn that by doing it, ideally through peers or a real job. I have no advice on resume stuff. I'll be honest. My resume was a text file. Oh, you had to block people on X. God damn it, Mickey. You're the type that I would think wouldn't block. So the fact that even you are being forced to block people nowadays shows how fucked shit gets. But don't ever be afraid. Your Twitter feed is for you. Your notifications are for you. If something isn't giving you the good vibes, you get rid of it. It's your feed. It's your comment section. These are your spaces. If people disagree, they can feel free to do that in their spaces, but keep your space yours or you will go insane. Every creator needs to just block out all the things they don't like in their space. Yeah. Important thing for the manager discussion. You should realize the difference between a good manager and a bad manager can result in a happy employee versus a miserable one. I'll go way further on this. A good manager can take a good employee and entirely change the trajectory of their career for the better. I would not be here today if it wasn't for the awesome first 3 managers I had at Twitch. I don't know how I got so lucky that I rolled killer after killer manager, but I did, and they set me up for so much success. They fed into my energy and excitement and pushed me to keep getting better constantly. And then I had a bad manager, and I've never been more miserable at my job in my life. It's so important to have a good manager. And as a manager, it's so important to understand the energy of the team and be a good space for them so that when they're excited, they feel like they have the support they need to run with it. You can change lives as a manager. Don't be scared of it. Final year student at uni? Connections. Make as many friends as you can that are in the space. Some will get jobs, some will not. Keep an eye on them, keep talking to them, keep learning with them, keep being their favorite person to talk to, and you'll be successful long term. Do I think the winners of AI will be the foundation model companies or the application companies? If I think it's the app companies, then what sort of apps do I see within the space 5 years down the line? Really good question. I think there are a lot of different layers to who can win in the AI space. The model companies are such a crazy competition right now that I'm not sure how much value they get, whereas things like electricity are so necessary at all of the levels. Electric companies are going to do great. Same with chip manufacturing. There just aren't enough options, and you basically have to have TSMC manufacture your stuff right now. So they're going to kill it. NVIDIA is going to kill it. And the companies that build the full vertical, they have everything from the models to the apps to the chip manufacturing. Those companies are going to be very well positioned too. Basically, what I'm saying is Google is going to win and everyone else is fucked. How would I debug a node memory leak that happens over 24 hours on a production server? Like 1 gig to 6 gigs in 24 hours, slowly growing? You're going to need to do some stack dumps, and ideally, you'll find things that are leaking in way less than 24 hours. Like if it leaks that much in 24 hours, it's leaking small amounts every few minutes. How to get into Twitter for tech? Follow people who build things that you're interested in. Actually, this is inspired a different one that I don't think makes sense with that message, but I can do a small rant for it. There's a mistake I see a lot of people make when they're getting into tech. They love trying to know every tool. It's so exciting. There's so many cool things going on. Why shouldn't you know all of them? Because the tools aren't really that useful to know. The much more valuable thing isn't the tools that are coming out and what they're good or bad at. It's the people who made them and why they made them. Don't spend all this time trying to understand all the different tools and options in a space. Look at the ones that you care about the most and figure out why they exist. Who made them? Why'd they make them? Where'd they come from? What did they work on before this? Why didn't they like other solutions? When you take that next step from the thing that you like to who made it and why they made it, you'll end up learning so much more. And this is a big part of where my success came from. I was just nerdy about the people who made the thing. And those connections will always be way more valuable than anything you can learn by trying out framework of the week. Yeah, that's good enough. Do I see AI augmentation for being a genuine career multiplier for experienced engineers? Your ability to actually, yeah, I'll just read the whole thing. As an older industrial automation engineer, I've been leaning heavily on AI and accomplishing things in my domain that I couldn't have imagined even 2 years ago. Do I see this AI augmentation as being a genuine career multiplier for experienced people, or are we just early adopters who will get swept aside once young engineers grow up with these tools as a native skill set? I think we have a really cool advantage here because we've been around for long enough to know where things do and don't work. There's a certain level of intuition and taste that has to be built. Is it possible people will be able to build this faster using AI? Perhaps, but I'm not necessarily sure. I don't know what it looks like to build the intuition for where and how things break without having been there for the history of how we got here. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but more education on the history of software dev and like deep dives on failures and retros and all of those things might become really valuable as things advance quicker. All of that said, AI makes us way more effective as experienced engineers, but just make sure you're reading the code, especially the important parts. I don't think that anything can replace TypeScript for a bunch of reasons. I don't even know what aardvark is. I don't have anything on this one. I'm so bad at return to work type stuff. If I had to work on a legacy code base that had a lot of bad practices like redundant code, no TypeScript, bad structures, etc., what would my approach be about improving it? I would very much start with something that I already know, or I would start by greenfielding the next feature. Instead of trying to slowly migrate the old code to better patterns, make a hard cut for the next new thing that has to be built and build it using better solutions. Figure out what doesn't work and what is hard for your coworkers in the space, and then try your hardest to build an ally. The most important thing about doing these types of re-architectures is to not be doing it alone. You don't want to be the one person saying, we should redo this when everybody else is okay with the current solution. Have one really close ally, somebody who is as if not more invested in this change than you, and then with the two of you, build up awareness and excitement around the changes that are happening. You need a team to do this. You need an army, and you need more than one leader to run it. What am I most bullish on in the world of web components? The new partials thing that Ryan Carniato did a video on recently. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but that seems much cooler. I have a friend that's only getting into coding because he thinks he can make $1 million by vibe coding. What are your thoughts of people getting into coding just to make money, not for the craft because they enjoy it? I think these people are absolutely screwed in the new era. The reason that we needed people like this before was because there weren't enough engineers. When the average company needed 1,000 engineers, when we needed another 100,000 engineers every year, but only 50,000 people were graduating, it was really hard to get enough engineers in the door, and companies would hire engineers that they didn't even need just to keep their competition from having them. That hasn't been the case for a while. We're now nearing the point where there are more engineers than there is work that needs to be done by engineers. And when you add in AI, making it so good engineers can be 5 times more effective sometimes, the need for okay engineers and bad engineers has hit the fucking floor. The need for people who don't care, who aren't good, is zero. If this person doesn't care enough to get good at code, why are they any different from my product manager? They're screwed, and that's an opportunity for all of us to take advantage of. What's the time I knew that Twitch wasn't for me anymore? That's a very good question. It's funny because my answer here, I want to put this. My answer for this is going to be a little weird because it was a thing I was told that made me think I was supposed to be there, but in retrospect was actually the moment I realized I shouldn't be. One of my favorite coworkers at Twitch, who was working remotely at the time, visited the office for a set of presentations we were doing, and we had dinner together. And at that dinner, he pulled me aside and told me that I was the energy he had joined Twitch for, and he was so happy to see it still alive at the company. He had joined because he loved being around enthusiastic people working really hard on things that they cared about. And a lot of that had died away. But in his eyes, I was bringing it back. That was such a cool comment to get from somebody I respected deeply. And I was very much thinking that I had to be there forever. But about 1.5 years later, I realized that that wasn't a compliment. That was a warning. As a 22-year-old kid, I was the only one who cared anymore. And it went from being this thing that made me feel special and excited to this thing that made me feel lonely and afraid. And that's why I had to leave, because I was too excited to be around a bunch of people who didn't actually care anymore. For non-US software engineers, what do I think should be the first challenge to tackle? Get good at English. And after that, make friends in places that you want to work. If you want to get to the US, you should work with companies and with technologies that are US based, especially if you've seen people from your area that succeeded in getting over here. Befriend them. Gotta fly back out to SF for the show? Oh shit, Aiden, that would actually be really fun. Sorry we didn't get to hang out more when you were here. I've been so disgustingly busy. Actually really beat up about that. I forgot how soon you were leaving, and yeah, we need to hang more. Oh, I missed the Lunas set. I love Lunas so much. Warfield's an iffy venue. It just sounds like shit, but with the right artist, you can make a good time with it. Why do I think it's so important to be in SF? How about the rest of the Bay? Let me think of a good example first. Let me just give a random anecdote from a few weeks ago. I was hanging out with some engineers at a pretty cool startup that were visiting the Bay. We ended up nerding out for a while, and they started talking about how interesting Effect was to them, like the TypeScript thing for doing more full stack safe programming design for concurrent workloads. Effect's really cool, but I'm not that good at it. But they really wanted to get a better deep dive into what made Effect so interesting so they could know if it was for them or not. So I texted my friend, Ethan, who happened to be down the street at the time in the middle of the city. And Ethan Nicer, one of the guys who made Effect popular, one of the biggest contributors to the whole ecosystem, walks up to my apartment. I let him in, and they sit down and nerd out at my table for like 3 hours. That's just a random day in the city. There is no other place in the world with that level of opportunity where the people who created the things that we use every day are a text away, or you'll just meet them at a bar at an event that you're interested in. There's like 10 different events every week that I'm at least somewhat interested in going to. There are just so many cool opportunities. Giving that up for anything makes no sense. And being outside of the city but in the Bay Area is kind of the worst of both worlds. You're paying our rent and you're still far enough away that you can't be here for the cool conversations. Any advice on turning coworkers into actual friends? I get along with people at work, but struggle to hang out and connect outside of the office. This is a tough one. There's a lot of different angles you can go with this, but the best thing is to not be too specific. If you can like host parties and send them invites, or get invited to a party and forward the invite to them. If you share interests, like maybe you find out there's a similar artist you like and you're going to the show, ask if they're interested in going. You have to break through the inherent like work barrier in as chill a way as possible. And having things you can do together is one of the best ways. It could even be as simple as at the end of a long work day, say, I'm going to go to this bar with some friends. Want to come with me? Dynamo is an incredible technology if it's the right solution for your problem. Convex makes life so much easier. Actually, I kind of want to make this one a short. DynamoDB is a foot gun for 99% of devs since they don't know how to use it, but many people take it because it's easy to onboard if you're already on AWS. Apart from forcing them to try something else, how do I sell my team or manager on something like Convex? This is a really good question. I find it's really hard to actually try new things unless you have, how do I put this? I find it's really hard to try new things if there aren't good opportunities for doing new things. If your company culture is that you plan out a product and then go build it as you planned it, and there isn't a good exploratory phase before it, it's going to be really hard to meaningfully investigate new solutions. The first thing I would try and do is change the culture a bit. So when there's a new space that your team or company's interested in, it becomes a cultural thing that you explore it a bit more by building something before you fully commit to a solution. And when you have those exploratory phases, you'll want to make good things as quick as possible, which makes tools like Convex much, much more valuable in those moments. And then once you've done it and people see the benefit of it, the likelihood they're interested in using it in the future is way higher than you'd ever expect. But you really need that cultural shift where you're trying out new things and trying to build things before you actually plan what you're building long term. Any advice on getting more articulate when explaining things? I tend to ramble and only sound clear if I rehearse a ton. I thought I had this figured out, and then I started making content and realized I didn't at all. I got good at talking in one very simple, very specific, very painful way. Editing my own videos. I would record myself talking about things on Twitch and then try to make it into YouTube videos, and I had to carefully listen to every single word, every single stutter, every single like or that I would sneak in. And as you become more aware of those things, you're thinking about what it's like to edit it in the end. You end up fixing a lot of them over time. So you got to do the hard thing. You got to sit there and listen to yourself talk, hate every second about it, until eventually, maybe months or years later, you've gotten over it. I recently moved to a software engineering role. I'm the only junior in a team of 6. Is there any way I can match the work of senior engineers, or does it come with experience and time? You are in an incredible position that everyone here should be a little envious of. I'm even honestly a little envious of it. Being surrounded with much smarter people whose job, to some extent, is to make you smarter and more successful is great. Figure out which coworkers are the most willing to work with you and learn from you, or figure out which of those 6 people are the most willing to give you some of their time and carefully use it. Don't be annoying, but be respectful and ask good questions. As a senior engineer myself, whether or not you would call me that, the coolest thing ever would be when a junior eng came to me with a question that showed they had clearly tried figuring this out themselves, but didn't quite find the solution that they needed. That is such a relief and such an exciting thing for me to know that this person tried really hard to solve a problem and they're coming to me to help unblock them a little bit. You will not be as productive as them for a while, but you will be learning way faster than them for a while. Take advantage of that and be excited about how much better you are than you were 2 months ago. Don't compare yourself to them. Compare yourself to yourself months before, and you'll be really impressed with the difference. And if you want to be embarrassed, go read some code you wrote 6 months ago. I'll collab with Luke when we have something to collab about. Any tips for a European who just landed in SF to get into the ecosystem and meet folks and make friends? Get into the events circle. There's a couple people who will on Twitter share the list of events happening this week. Just RSVP to the ones you're interested in. Show up and you'll be surprised how many people you can start talking to. Ideally, you have at least one person here you already know well. Make a good friend that lives in the city or find the person you know that's already here and tag along with them for things. But like have your person that you know is doing shit, follow them a bit, and then make other friends. I still have this, I don't know half the shit going on. I just trust Christian and Ben to tell me when there's something I should be at. Any advice for somebody who wants to leave the engineer role? I find myself caring more about the complete product than about any programming details these days. Congratulations, you're ready to join a startup. I am amazed at how few people have this level of introspection where they realize that the details of the code aren't necessarily the thing that's exciting to them, but the way it all comes together is. That means that you care about the full picture. That means you should be working on the full picture. Companies at certain sizes benefit greatly from getting people into these small slices that let them orchestrate the way the business works. That's not going to work for you. You care too much. Find a small company that will be hyped when you happen to go do support emails for a bit, or you file a PR rewriting the copy on the homepage. You need to be somewhere that wants you to care that much and that will reward you for caring that much. And maybe, just maybe, you're going to end up running your own company in the future. Boy, I'll definitely check that out later. The bachelor is a requirement in the current job market? Absolutely not. Connections are a requirement in the current job market. It's really hard to go there. It's really hard to be successful beyond your current network. You'll never be more successful than the most successful person you're friends with. It's really, really hard. Ideally, you have built enough connections that you can ride the coattails of to get to the places you want to be, and no one cares about your degree at that point. Worked for 2.5 years. I worked for 2.5 years as a front engineer back in India, came to the US for a master's in AI, and for the last year and a half, I've been stuck in a data engineering role. I'm 28 now, making 80K, and I honestly feel like I took a wrong turn. I hate what I do day to day, and I can't seem to break into SDE or an ML AI engineering role, even though that's where my heart and background are. At this point, I'm scared of trapping myself in a niche I never wanted. You are so much less bad off than it feels like right now. I remember this particular feeling where I felt like I had trapped myself with a front end role on a shit team at Twitch, and it was for about the same amount of time, 1.5 years. This feels like a long time right now. I promise you, 1.5 years is not that big of a deal. What you need to do is talk to your friends who are in the place you want to be. Your background and your heart are in SDE and ML and AI engineering. Who do you know that's in those things too? Who do you know that's heart's there as well? Go have a heart-to-heart with them. What you need right now isn't a gift from the gods or some crazy opportunity. It's some empathy from people who get it. Talk to people about how you feel with these things, because it does suck. It feels terrible. And talking to people who have been through it and are on the other end is the best thing that you can do right now, both because you'll feel better immediately because they actually get it and can commiserate with you, but also because it'll put in their heads that you're looking for these opportunities. And then the moment one appears, you'll be the first person on their list for it. Do I think it's still worth creating a LinkedIn profile? I hate to say yes. This isn't worth being a short, but I'll just tell you, yes, it sucks, but yeah, and then move on. Blacksmith or Depot? I love both dearly. I think they're really good solutions. Blacksmith is the easier, I just want faster CI and build times. Depot is the, I'm deep on Docker and my life is hell. Is how I think about these two solutions. But they're both really good. It's hard to go wrong with either. How long would I expect for a good TypeScript dev to ramp up on a huge at-scale code base? This is a hardish question to answer because people seem to think that understanding a code base means the same thing at a big company as it does as a side project. You'll never know where everything is in those code bases. No one does. What you have to get good at is knowing how to find where things are and how to identify them and how to safely change them in a way the rest of the team likes. And you don't do that by learning the code base. You do that in a different tab. A lot of people would look at a project like this, which is the chaos of T3 chat, and would assume you learn the code base in this tab, the code tab. That is wrong. There's another tab that will teach you a lot more about the code base. See that right there? Pull requests. Go look at merged pull requests if you want to see how the code base actually works. You'll learn significantly faster that way. But I recommend moving countries for a job. Kind of personal, but career-wise, is it a good thing? The only thing that matters early career is being surrounded with people that you're excited to work with, that you could see yourself being friends with years, if not decades from now. If you have friends where you currently live that are in the space, and you don't have friends in that other country who are in the space, you should probably stay. But if you know a lot of people in that other country that are devs that you would be able to hang out with, spend time with, and work with, you should be wherever the most of those things are. The people that become close with you in the space are where the real opportunities come from, and surrounding yourself with talented people who are excited about the same things you're excited about is always the best bet long term. Do I think AI's ability to write different languages or frameworks is going to change language choice long term? Like, if AI is better at TypeScript than Go, will people choose TypeScript to keep pace with other people using AI assistants? I think we're already there to an extent, but this is also how things were before, too. A lot of companies picked tech not based on what the perfect solution was, but what was the solution they could most easily hire for. And AI is just accelerating the rate that those types of things matter and happen. There's also a weird side effect where AI has changed how expensive compute is, where a given API request would take milliseconds and cost us an amount of money that we couldn't measure before because it was so small. Now there are users making individual API requests that cost like $5 because of all the inference being run. So making the right tech choice to optimize for cost and performance just matters significantly less when you have an LLM taking 15 minutes to generate a result anyways. So I think that the LLMs are making the speed and performance of languages matter less, and they're making it so we want the bigger ecosystem. I think the mass layoff started 2 years ago. As someone who's not proficient in coding, how would you go about as someone who isn't proficient in coding, how would you go about credibly contributing to the products that you enjoy, but don't have the skill sets or time to do so? That's a really good question. There are so many other ways to contribute to things, especially in the open source space. If there's a project that you really like working with, that you use for all of the things you build, and you notice a bug in it that's annoying you, go check GitHub to see if there's an issue for it. If there isn't, write a good, minimal, but focused one that has a reproduction, like a link to StackBlitz or something, so that people can see that bug in action and possibly fix it. And if you find a bug that is already in an issue that's really old and doesn't have all of those things, go comment those things. Make it easier for somebody who does know to know what's going on so they can see what the problem is and have a really simple way to know if the problem's been fixed or not. Make it easier for the maintainers to know what's wrong, and they will love you forever. And you can do this lots of other ways too. If you see somebody with a question about the product on Twitter and you know the answer, just go answer it. Be nice, kind, thoughtful, and useful. Just be a good resource. You'd be amazed how easy that is to do. I wouldn't worry about posting on LinkedIn. Yep. Yep, Aiden. We had the same one. Sophie plus AG Cook and PC Music are favorites. Yep, absolutely agree. I'm more Sophie side than AG Cook side, but I love both. Any advice on making connections in SF outside of the office? I'm moving there next week as a new grad. Just go to shit. You'll be amazed how quickly you'll make these connections if you go to events and talk with people who are nerdy about shit. Like, this seems like a thing you'd have to put effort into. Once you're here, you probably don't that much. Would you, or do I still think you should prioritize SF if you're old? Yes. Laid off in May and having a hard time getting interviews. Do I think contributing to nonprofits like Code of San Jose, Act for LA, etc., is helpful? Using it to pad the gap in your resume right now? Don't worry about gaps in resumes. Make connections, make friends, talk to your coworkers that you liked working with in the past. Find opportunities from people who know that you're good at coding. And if nobody knows that you're good at coding, figure out how to fix that first. What's an opinion I've expressed online that I no longer agree with? Oh man, I have a lot of these. I'm trying to think of a really good one. I have so many okay ones that I can think of, but no really, really good ones. Um, One that I've come around to, and it sucks, I did a video where I was really adamant against it. I don't think SQL is the right primitive for application development. SQL is a weird set of magic strings that do things to data that's really cool. That has no place in your code base whatsoever. And the fact that we have glorified SQL as this perfect solution for data results in a lot of really bad design happening. ORMs are an okay stopgap, but ideally, the code we write in our code base and the code we write to interface with the database wouldn't look or feel that different. And this is why I've really come around to things like convex. And yeah, you can't rewind Twitch stream, sadly. How do I deal with negativity online? I love what you do, but I see there's a lot of people that want to dunk on stuff. Does it get you down? It can at times, but my mental model for this, I think, works really well for me. And I know it's not for everyone, but I'm really, really fortunate that a bunch of the people I've looked up to my whole career, like my fucking heroes, are now friends of mine. People who I learned how to code from, people who made my favorite tools and frameworks, they're all just friends of mine now. And if I ever do something egregious or wrong or bad, I trust them to hit me up and tell me that I overstepped. Why would I ever care about what some anonymous 10-follower anime profile picture on Twitter has to say about me when my heroes are telling me I'm doing good work? It would be unfair to these people who I love to ignore their positive feedback in favor of these useless, dumb, anonymous accounts who just want to be mad at something. It's unfair to them. And I really try to remember that when I am getting down. Why am I letting these people who don't have any real investment in the space override the awesome feedback I've gotten from my heroes? That's unfair to the people who I respect. How is this as content, by the way? Are you guys enjoying this? I'm having fun, but I want to make sure y'all are too. Oh shit, Desync is in my chat. What? Desync, holy shit. I don't know if you guys know this. He is like top 3 YouTubers all time for me. Good shit. Fucking legend. Thank you for hanging out. I've seen you in my comments recently, man. You made so many sections of like weird video game shit fun for me again. I show people the Half-Life 2 speedrunning series all of the time. Do we recommend dropping Adobe in favor of Affinity now that it's free? If Affinity Suite can solve the problems that you actually are trying to solve doing creative work, it's so hard to beat. You pay for it once, or it was worth paying for it before. Now that it's free, there's no cost to go give it a shot and see if it works for you. You should at least have it installed because it might impress you. All that said, the new Affinity app they just put out is not quite as stable and reliable as Affinity Suite 2, so I'm still using Suite 2. I'm sure it will get there very soon. I think Java gets way more shit than it deserves. I've been saying that for a while. It is what it is. It has changed how software is written fundamentally for the better. But I am so tired of artifact class factory worker unit. One thing I'm struggling with is how can I find a project and start understanding how parts relate to each other? Like, why does X work with Y? And how can I better understand the greater picture? I can use AI, but it hasn't been helping too much. The best place to figure out how the parts come together isn't AI. It isn't even the code base. It's the pull request tab. If you look at how the people who work on the project change things and what they say about the changes when they make them and the comments that happen back and forth in the pull requests, you'll learn so much more about how everything comes together than you ever will by reading the code directly. The conversations around the code is where that happens, and that happens on Slack and in the pull request tab. Focus on those if you want to better understand how it all works. Is it okay to step out of my comfort zone even when there's still room to improve within it? For example, learning hardware eng even though I'm only a mid-level software developer. Guess what, bud? There is always room to grow in every single thing you'll ever do in your life. And that's an awesome thing. It is impossible to adopt, or it's impossible to get into new things if you wait until you're done improving in the other thing, because there will always be improvement to be made. Don't think about these things with such strict, or try to not think about these things so strictly. Don't be like, I'm giving this up for this other thing. It feels wrong. Follow the thing that excites you. If you're excited about hardware stuff, go do some hardware stuff. There's a good chance you'll even get better at software engineering as a result, because there's so much overlap between those. Just go do what you're excited about and make sure you follow the excitement, because otherwise you'll burn out fast. Isn't school more about learning collaboration than about learning the intricacies of a language? I really wish this was the case. I've seen far too many programs that are a little bit too willing to teach you all about language intricacies in a solo environment with no collaboration. I wish more university stuff was focused on the collab side. I really do. Totally agree with you guys here. Like, I'm building my social media space to be a good place for the conversations I want to have. And if people come in and make the space worse, I get rid of them. There are so many spaces on the internet, and I'm not echo chambering myself. Part of having these discussions is keeping people around who I don't agree with. Some of my favorite people on Twitter are people who I just don't get along with on a fundamental level. Like, we do not understand the way each other builds, but we have good conversations about it. I optimize for good conversations, not for echo chamber bubbles. I want a space where we can disagree and move forward. And that doesn't happen if there's people shitposting saying, you don't know what you're talking about because you write JavaScript all day. I've repeatedly iterated on the importance of trust, especially when getting your first internship. Do I have any other values on the same wavelength? No. Trust contains so many of the things that matter when you're trying to build success in your career. And I would argue almost everything else that matters can be argued in the space of trust as part of it. Getting better at writing code makes you more trustworthy because you're being hired to write code and we're trusting you to do it. Making more friends makes you more trustworthy because your friends are going to trust you more than a random person with a random application for the job and a shitty resume. Everything that matters comes down to building trust in the end, and it will be the thing I preach forever. The more trusted you are by more people and more useful people, the better off you'll be long term. I've been learning JS for 3 years, but I started going for a CS degree and they don't have JS as an option. So I'm doing some Python classes. Do I think that's a good language to switch to instead of Java or C++? Or do I think learning another language after this long is a mistake? I don't think language choice matters. I know that sounds crazy coming from me as a fanboy of many languages and a hater of many others. It feels so important when you're early in your career or don't have a job yet. It just feels like the thing that matters. It isn't. It doesn't. Chances are the tech you're working in for your first job is all stuff you've never touched before. And that's okay. Once you learn how to use different languages, you learn the similarities and you learn how to learn faster. The language won't be the thing holding you up, and you're not good enough at any of these languages yet for any of this to matter. There are developers I know that wrote C# for 20 years that then got into JavaScript last year that know more JavaScript than you 3 years into it. That's just how it goes. Focus on learning and surrounding yourself with other people who are trying to learn and grow too, and you'll be very successful long term. Why do tech people still use Twitter with all of the politicization and toxic leaning comments rather than switch to something else? Because everything else has way worse comment sections. I don't know how this is the case. I've even talked to people who work at Blue Sky, and they are very straightforward that the Blue Sky comment section and the Blue Sky reply guy problem is so real, and they don't know how to fix it. Twitter does have awful reply guys, but once you've blocked the majority of them, you can have good, real conversations. I don't know why it is this way, but I think there's a certain level of inertia that Twitter just has by being around for a while. Everybody leaving Twitter is leaving because they have a strong opinion, and those people kind of suck. So all the people who have left Twitter are worse than the ones who stayed. It sucks, but that's the reality. How do you befriend senior engineers at tech conferences? You don't. I try to not think about like, how do I meet this archetype of person at this archetype of thing? You're not going to get good connections through that. The best thing you can do if you want to build good connections is build them around the things that are interesting. Instead of, how do I meet senior engineers for this thing? Think, I like this technology a lot. The person who works on it is going to be at this event. It'd be really cool if I could meet him. That's a much, much more successful mindset to go into these things with. These general, vague, I want more smart friends, that's not going to work. How can I explain to my CEO, who doesn't have a strong understanding of programming, that copying the steps of big tech companies when I'm the only dev in the company is impossible? I didn't even get to respond before Dom beat me to it. Time to leave that CEO. This is one of those really hard, painful things you have to deal with in the industry. You need your boss to trust you on these things. The things that you are the hired expert for need to be yours. And there's a certain level where you can't convince people. They hired you to do the thing. Your job is to be the dev. And if the CEO who isn't a dev doesn't understand you, the dev, and doesn't trust you, the dev, there isn't much you can do. The scariest part here by far, only developer in the company. If you don't own the company, do not be the only dev at the company to the best of your ability. The angles I would advise here are, first, tell the CEO that if he wants these things to happen, that you need way more engineers, and if he's down to let you hire 5 people, we can do it his way. He won't like that, to which you say, okay, that's fine. We'll do it my way then. I need 1 more engineer. Either way, you're not alone anymore, which is the biggest thing to optimize for. Stop being alone. Whatever path you can find, take it. Do it his way and hire 5 people, or do it your way and hire 1. And if neither of those are options, smile and wave until you do option 3, get a better gig where you'll be surrounded with awesome people. These stories play really well in interviews. If you explain this to somebody, that you were hired to fix the tech at this company, you were the only engineer, and you're going insane, and you want to be surrounded with engineers again. Any good company that you're interviewing with good engineers that you're talking to, will sympathize with that and understand you. How do I get the product team to give us a bit of time to fix tech debt? Some of them are really slowing the app down. Or, reread on that. How do I get the product team to give us a bit of time to fix tech debt? Some of them are really slowing us in the app down. This is a really, really hard thing to convince people of if there isn't good high-up technical leadership. Ideally, at any product company, there's someone really high up that's on the eng side. Get close with them. You need to be a good friend of whatever the highest up tech person you can meet at the company is. Not super close, but at the very least on good terms with, and someone that, like, you don't have to be like their best friend or anything, but you should at least be able to message them on Slack and say, hey, can we talk about this? And they'll be like, sure, let's get some time. Because you need to convince them that this is a problem that needs cultural shifting. The way I've seen this work at a lot of companies is the way I've seen this work at some big companies is having an actual movement for it at the company. Usually that is something like an unhack week, where there's 1 week every 3 to 6 months where all other work is put on hold and engineers can go unfuck things that they feel are fucked. Similar to a hack week where people can go work on whatever they want, but kind of the opposite, because they can't build anything new. They have to unscrew other things that are falling apart. And you'll be amazed how quick a couple of those you'll be amazed how quick a few unhack weeks will fix so many things at the company. Do you have a 2019 MacBook with 950 battery cycles? Should you ask for a new M5 MacBook Pro with 24 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte SSD, or stick with the Intel MacBook for the winter? This is one of the most common mistakes I see people make when they're buying Macs. If you're trying to get the right value for your purchase, you should not be buying the newest MacBook. And almost nobody should be getting the M5 MacBook Pro, in my opinion, because it's not an M5 Pro. It's actually a slow chip, relatively speaking. What you should be doing is browsing the certified refurbished store from Apple. The deals you can get here are crazy, and they have the full traditional Apple warranty. It's the exact same warranty as if you had bought new from Apple. Here you can get an M4 MacBook with... Where's the rest of the specs? Cool. Here's an M4 MacBook with a terabyte of storage and 16 gigs of RAM for $1,400. Add a student discount and it gets even cheaper. You should probably go for an M4 Pro, though, at the very least. Here's an M4 Pro with 24 gigs of RAM and a half terabyte SSD for $1,700. Again, even cheaper with the student, even cheaper with the student discounts. They are the exact same machines as if you buy new. They are recertified by Apple, and anything that's even slightly scuffed or not right gets replaced, and they get the exact same warranty. The refurb deals from Apple are a really, really good deal. Okay, I'm going to have to skip a bunch, but I want to get back to the most recent things because I just saw one I really want to reply to. Actually, there was one I wanted to do here first, though. Here it is. Sennheiser or Technics? I haven't heard Technics in a while, so I'm assuming you mean Audio-Technica. I don't like most Audio-Technica gear. I think the M50s are a fucking sin. Sennheiser has some good headphones. Sennheiser has some bad headphones. There's a lot of good headphones from Sennheiser that I genuinely really like. There's a lot of Sennheiser headphones that I genuinely hate. All of this varies a ton. It's hard for me to recommend anything Audio-Technica makes at this point other than some microphones. The Sennheiser HDB 630s that just came out, the wireless closed-back noise-canceling ones, are phenomenal closed-back wireless headphones. Highly recommend those if you're looking for something like that. The HD600s are a classic. I love them dearly, but there's a lot of cheaper, better options in that price range. All of that said, if you're trying to spend over $200 on headphones, you should probably be getting a planar magnetic, not a dynamic driver, which makes it hard for me to recommend anything by either of those companies. What soft skills should I focus on to become a senior dev if you already have the programming experience? Presenting. Find opportunities to present ideas. It can be a write-up of a thing you're going to build. It could be a presentation where you're drawing diagrams in Excalibur and explaining stuff like I do. Being able to share your ideas in a way that is understandable by your peers will help your career so much in so many different places. But whatever you can do to find those opportunities, and if you have to bring the culture yourself, do it. Make it cool for people to do a presentation. Have a section of the month where everybody who wants to can present something that's interesting to them to the team. If there isn't a culture for it, make it and push for it. And ask your manager for help on it too. And if you have any peers that you think have really good social and soft skills at your and if you have any peers that are good at these things already, become friends with them. Ask them about it. Ask them how they got good at it. Ask them for things that you think would be good to learn about that stuff. You'll be amazed how friendly the soft skills people are and how much they like to help, because that's how they built the skills in the first place. What's the best way to calm your nerves for interviews early in your career, and do I know any tools or methods to help? oh, oh man. The best way to be calm in interviews is to fail a shitload of them. You'll never be calm in your first handful of interviews. You need to have failed so many of them that it no longer feels consequential. You go in expecting to fail because you just failed 6 of them, then you're pleasantly surprised when it goes well. That's pretty much all you can do. I wish there was more, but honestly, making the interview more pleasant is the interviewer's job, not yours. So remember all of the ways you felt stressed and all of the ways you felt bad so that you can be a better interviewer in the future once you get your gig. Only valuable thing I see is my connections with my seniors. You found the valuable thing. That's huge. Don't leave when that's over. Watch which juniors are closest with those seniors because they will take the reins. If I had this happen in my high school where I was a freshman in high school, all of my friends were the seniors that are doing the computer science stuff in high school. And when they graduated, I was so scared I was going to be alone. There was one junior that was, I'll be frank, he was kind of dumb. Love him to death. He was stupid. And I just was stuck with him for a while. But through him as a junior and me as a sophomore, well, him as a senior, me as a sophomore, I was able to try my best to teach him and help a bunch of my peers catch up too. And by the time I was a senior, we had built a little culture of people who cared. But the fact that you're the one who cares and you see all these seniors who care, that's an opportunity. Take the challenge. Find the people who you find, or find the people in your class who could care but don't yet, and push them over the line. That will be such a valuable thing long term. Is it worth doubling your rent to move to SF? Yes. You'll get a better gig too. Like here's how I put it. Is it worth doubling your rent to potentially quadruple your salary in the next 4 years? If you think so, you should probably be here. What do you think about hackathons? They're cool. This is going to be real hard to do at a tech conference, sadly. Love that you know Lunas, John. Checking things here quick. Ethan, nice to broke into my apartment to talk about if I could be a good video title. Yeah, second or third channel, but definitely, yeah. I've been meaning to play with Strudel more. I'm going to save this so I actually do it later. I'm going to hit the jump to latest. I'm so sorry about all the things I missed. We're going to stop doing this and do real videos again soon. So get your questions in. I'm going to only be doing subs questions for a minute now because there's too many. There was one about... Yeah. Is there a way on T3 chat to log into my friend's account that has premium and stuff without getting his Google login or something like that? This is why we're doing Google logins primarily. Fuck you and your account sharing. It's $8 a month. God damn. If you're not getting $8 a month of value out of it, don't sub. Go use something else and use API keys. If you're trying to min-max to that level, don't fuck over my business in the process. You're why we don't have better options. So, and I hate to pick on you like this, because clearly you dig the product, but you need to understand the like basic economics of these things. I will be referencing this in the future when people ask why we don't do other auth options. Sony's over-ear studio monitors are so bad that they ruined a whole generation of mixing. Been vibe coding for a bit. What's the point where you should really learn how to code? Build something you would have vibe coded without the vibe coding. Use AI less for guiding you coding and more for answering questions. So the process, I would think, and I don't know because I started the opposite direction. Start by vibe coding. You know, the classic, like barely reading the code. Move to... Fucking Excalibur, god damn it. Yeah, I'll left align this, I'll make it easier. Once you've gotten like your feet under you doing traditional vibe coding, not looking at the code much, start looking at it. Once you're looking at the code more and more, once you're looking at the code more, start changing the code more. Without the LLM, obviously. And then, eventually, this is where the big change happens. Start by writing the code. But you can ask the LLM for help. Not help writing the code for you, but questions like, how does this work? Or help me understand this thing. Or how would you recommend I look into doing this? Turn off the code, or turn off the like code button in whatever IDE you're using. If you're using something like Cursor, put it in ask mode so you can ask it questions, but don't let it write the code. Write the code yourself. And also, this one hurts me because I love it so much. Turn off tab complete. You'll start relying on it too much. You got to write the code. And you'll be amazed how quickly things start to click once you do things this way. How do I market an open source project? I currently just do it on X, but from talking about it. Sounds like a good space, or sounds like a good place to talk, or sounds like a good place to start. But the big key is to find where people who have the problem you're solving tend to hang out. If you made an open source solution for helping people with managing their horses at their farm, Twitter and tech circles probably isn't the right place to talk about it. Find the places where people have the problem you fix and become a good source of information in those circles. Sorry, guys, we're doing sub only. Oh shit, Andy's here. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming through in the party. Do I think it's important to join Twitter? Currently at university, considering to actually use Twitter and follow people that are building cool stuff. Not sure what to post, how to grow the platform. Or not sure really what to post or how to grow on the platform. I'll never say any one platform is important. Other than GitHub, if you're not on GitHub as an engineer, you're kind of screwed. Twitter is fun. It's just a fun way to get a pulse on what people are doing and thinking about, and a fun place to DM people who are interesting to you, but not much beyond that. Like, I enjoy Twitter a lot. I've been able to get into the DMs of a lot of cool people through Twitter. That was a thing before I had followers. The followers, if anything, have made the platform less fun to use. Now there are weird expectations. People get mad at me and say that I'm rage baiting or whatever when I just share the things I would have shared before because I genuinely think them or care about them. I like Twitter as a way to DM people who are interesting to me and a way to see some of what they're doing. It's not that valuable, though. Don't feel bad if you don't like it. What do I think of the loudness war currently going on in audio mastering? I think it's largely over. It was a lot worse before, but so many platforms will normalize the audio for you anyways that it doesn't matter as much. It's better to just mix naturally. I was also watching a movie a few weeks ago that was from like the early 2000s, and it was mastered so terribly. The music was annoyingly loud, and then you would go to the dialogue and barely be able to fucking hear. I'm okay with the loudness war in the sense that it made audio more balanced. And I think that's a net positive, even if it sucks that people are driving things a little harder than they should for chill things. I can do small things. I love to explore things, but I'm not an expert at anything. Is there any other stuff I can add value with to get a job? I'm not an expert, as I believe I'm not smart enough. Expertise comes with time, not intelligence. You'll get really good at some things as you do them a whole lot more and see how others are doing those things as well. The thing that you're missing here isn't some hidden skill or value add, it's connections. You need friends who are doing the types of things that you're excited about. You need opportunities in the space through those friends, and should be good enough at enough of those things that they'll think of you when they're hiring at their companies. You don't get a job by being an industry expert at something and having no friends in that space. You get a job because you're good enough at the thing and someone thinks of you when they're hiring for that thing. And that's actually one of the cool parts of being able to do a lot of different things. You'll be the first person on the mind for a lot of different stuff. Any advice for somebody dealing with social and family pressure for doing a startup? I left the job 2 months ago, and now I'm facing a lot of backlash. This one is pretty common. I'm thankful that I'd gotten at the point with my family where they didn't trust what I was doing, but trusted me to do the right thing before I got to the startup world, because they would have been much more nervous at that point otherwise. Best thing you can do is raise enough money and have enough digits in the company bank account that they can look at and not be as scared. I find that people who get really iffy about these types of things, who are really excited and care too much about a $5,000 a year raise, or who think way too much about the long-term potential of having a job at Microsoft versus at a startup, these people are really sensitive to numbers with not too many digits. And if you can show them a 7 or 8 digit number that is relatively associated with the thing that you're doing, that will make their brain fall out hard enough that they'll hopefully shut up. It's sad that you have to play these games. I really genuinely hate it. But the best thing you can do is usually to show them numbers so big that they can't possibly push back. I'm scared to click this. I'll look at this more later. I want to make content right now, though. What's my take on starting a project that feels pretty huge? I'm really passionate about it and the problems it solves, but it's starting to seem like you'll need help from others to build parts of the platform. Met a few people along the way who might be able to contribute, but honestly, it still feels like a massive challenge for mostly just me. Really good question. Generally speaking, I think most things that are worth doing are able to be done in a valuable way without doing all of the work. I think I have a good example here. This is such a hard one to like put into examples. Fuck. True. It won't be easy, but you really should try to find a good balance between what the most value for the least effort thing in this system could be. What are the things people will benefit the most from if you build this? And how can you make something that benefits them in a similar way with Sorry, let me rethink how I want to do this one. Yeah, recut from after I read this. I wish I had an easy answer for you here, but there's a really good skill you can develop. Being able to find the most value for the least effort within a given project, system, or idea is a thing that will scale you so far. It's actually one of the best tricks for scaling your complexity in code bases and systems too. How can you get the majority of the value with as little work as possible, or at the least enough value to know if this is worth pursuing? What are the aspects of what you're building that are the most valuable? And which one of those things can you pick and do without needing the rest? It's the whole 80-20 rule. How can you get 80% of the value for 20% of the effort? And when you find these things, you might end up going down an entirely different path as a result. If you make something really useful for part of the space, and the result is people using it way different than you expected, you just saved so much time and energy not building this really big thing that might not solve the problems that you actually care about. Build the shortest path you can find to something that is useful to you. The shorter, the better. The more useful, the better. I don't really have a good answer for this, Leo. If I did, I'd be doing it for T3 chat. What are my 15-second thoughts around evals? I don't know if I can talk about evals for 15 seconds. I think the closeness for the eval results for a lot of different things. How do I put this? As soon as a metric becomes a target, it stops being a valuable metric. So I think the value of evals is the consistent introduction of new ones that showcase specific differences between models in ways that are useful. Am I okay with the I'm just here for the bread mentality? I hear this from some people at our company who are actually good devs. They're like, sure, you can be brilliant and an open source fan and interested in tech news and new hot things, but it's not for me. I'm okay. I'm not against this mindset. I think it was necessary when there just weren't enough engineers in the space for the amount of roles that were available, but that's changing fast. There are more engineers and there are more good engineers than ever, and there are less opportunities because there are more things that those individuals can do. A good engineer can go way further themselves than they ever could before. As such, I don't think there are too many of these people, specifically the trinity of good dev. Retake on the last bit there. I'm sure that these devs are good, but they are either burnt out, which is why they don't care about these things, or they are limited at how good they can get because they don't care about these things. And chances are they got by for a long time because they relied on somebody like you who does care to bring them the things that will let them be successful. There is no way to be long-term successful in this career and in this space without keeping up on what's going on some amount. Whether you do that yourself because you love it or you do it through your coworker who loves it, those are the keys to success. I think these people are limited, and they're limited on how much information they can steal from someone like you. Need some advice on... I'm contracting for a company that isn't primarily a software firm, and when I'm developing specific modules, it can be challenging when non-technical management tries to dictate the technical direction. Non-technical management loves systems. The best solution to a problem like this is to become friends with one of the people who is one of those managers, someone in that side of things, become an ally with them, and work with them to build something that will allow for everyone to be happy, a system for how the process is done for these technical modules. And make some weird bullshit that makes them feel like they have control. Like, here is the phase that you guys own, where you propose all of these things and let me know who the customers are. You write the user stories for the things that we're solving. You give them much busy work so they feel like they have a lot of impact. And then phase 2 is, I build the thing how I think I should. And as long as they have their phase where they can dilly-dally and do whatever they want, and you have a process that is enshrined, when they come to interfere with your part, you say, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. We should have talked about that during the planning section. Where were you during the story writing? You should have written user stories if you thought it was going to work that way. I'm so sorry. Maybe we can do that next quarter. And now you're good. I wish there was a better way, but you have to play their stupid fucking games. Nah, you're just watching a Nolan movie with the audio stuff. Speaking of Twitter, when's the marriage with sponsor segues? With like Twitter and sponsor stuff? Twitter's not a good place for sponsored posting. Any advice on networking in a non-tech city and not being able to travel for conferences? If you have a career doing software dev, get real close with your coworkers. If you don't, get real close with your peers. If you have neither, move. You're interning at a remote startup and there's no good developers in your city. How would you make good connections in this case? You actually want people with whom I can nerd out with about code. You have to start building the culture for it at the company some amount. If you're on Slack, make a Slack channel that's like cool tech news and post in it every day and mention it to your coworkers, and hopefully a few will join and have some conversations. Try to make it fun for people to nerd out about these things. And if that goes well, maybe propose that you have a weekly meeting where people can talk about the things they're excited about. Or just ask, like, I really like Svelte. Can I do a presentation on this? It'd be fun to show people why I like this. Just make the opportunities if you don't have them. And if you already have a gig with other engineers, that's a good platform to make a lot of opportunities. Solve problems with your personal projects. It'll make life much easier. I'm trying to find the right way because I have an idea for a piece of content. I just got a $5,000 raise. What are you saying? I was saying something else before, but I'll say something else right now. If you're getting raises, you're probably not being paid enough. There's a very good chance that if you just got a $5,000 raise and you didn't last year, that you're being underpaid by significantly more than that. Companies give raises so they can keep the carrot on the stick going, so you keep moving forward and you keep working harder and getting better and not being paid more. You're way better at your job than you were when you joined this company. If you've been there for over a year, your pay should probably be way better too. And it's a harsh reality, but most of the time, the best way to increase your income is to get another job somewhere else. And if you do start interviewing other places, never, ever, ever for any reason take the counter offer. You just burned so much trust with the company you're at. And if they give a counter offer to keep you, you're now going to be in a weird spot politically. Avoid that if you can. Just switch, cut clean, and work somewhere better if you're trying to optimize for pay. But if you like the team, you're learning every day, and you're surrounded with people smarter than you, don't worry so much about pay. You're going to be really, really well off in the future. We always hear the hype around LLMs, video and image models, but we don't hear much around text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or music models. Why do I think that is? There's a lot of layers to this one, but the one that matters most, in my opinion, and this is a hot take, the most influential people, the ones who share these things in a way that people see, all have one particular trait in common. We all have our phones muted. None of us are listening to random AI-generated bullshit because none of us are listening to anything at all unless we have like a music video or none of us are listening to random AI-generated bullshit because none of us are listening to things that we didn't choose to listen to. We might listen to some music or a podcast or a YouTube video, but that's playing as we scroll other things. I can see how cool your LLM is by scrolling Twitter. I can get a preview of your video model or your image gen bullshit by scrolling Twitter. I cannot get a preview of your weird, crappy AI music gen when I'm already listening to something else and I have the app muted. Do I know any good sources for how to be a good manager? I wish there were more good things I could point at. If you find them, let me know. Let's do like 3 more, and then we're going to do some real videos. This has actually been more fun than I expected. Should do this more. Google only updates the open source side of Android every 3 to 6 months now, if I recall. They have a private branch internally where they do all the changes, and then after a certain amount of time, they move all of those changes into the open source project. I always add bugs for management to find and get removed. That way they contribute and don't cause issues in other places. I love this. It's one of the weirdest things to learn as you get more control over the work that you're doing is the fact that most people need to do something to feel like they're doing their job. If someone's job is to or if someone's job is to manage the project, they need to have enough to do to feel like they're managing the project. Leaving some things in for them is a good call. I deal with this in a weird place with sponsor work. There's a lot of brands that have a person whose job is managing the connections with creators and okaying all of the content that they're going to put out about the product. A lot of them are just trying to find things to feel like they're doing their job. So they'll get real nitpicky about specific wording of things that you do. When I realize I'm working with one of those people, I'll start to leave in flaws intentionally. So they'll call out those things and I can quickly just edit them out of the ad and then ship it. Because if I give them an ad that doesn't have any small obvious errors, they'll turn something else into an obvious error and it will piss me off. So it's better to leave intentional small mistakes so that they can discover it, clear it out, and feel like they're doing a good job so they get out of your goddamn way. How do you balance building and scaling a successful startup with a relationship or dating or marriage? Any advice? Or should one just avoid it? Oh, man. My startup ruined a relationship and it made the next two much harder. Running a company is very hard, but it also helped me realize that I want people in my life that get that and also are similarly motivated. Like, how about this? I think I would be a great partner for somebody who is trying to do a startup, both because like I'm familiar with it and can commiserate through the hard parts, but also because I understand what working hard on a thing means and that the way that we spend time together will be different as a result. When I spend all day at events and doing hard work for my business, I don't want to go out for a fancy dinner or out on a vacation to another city. I just want to lie down with a person I care about and watch something or play a video game. So I try to find people who are similar, where they work so hard during the day that at night they just want to relax. Or if you are given one of those rare, and if you somehow end up in a situation like Zuckerberg, where he has the most incredible wife in the world who supports him through everything he does, takes care of everything for him, and makes it so he can do his thing and live his life, lock them down and do whatever you can to keep them. Those people are so rare, and I've given up on finding one myself. God, I hate this so much. You'll find a better gig, Ari. I promise. Are remote workers just really loud online because it feels like everyone IRL prefers hybrid? IRL workers don't need to be online for anything. IRL workers don't have any reason to be online. Remote workers have to be online because it's the only way they're heard. They're always going to be really loud and annoying on the internet. But from my experience, IRL is just so helpful. If you can do it, it's a really good thing. Not because the company will make more money if you work in person. It's actually kind of the opposite. You'll get so many better opportunities. You'll get closer with your coworkers. You'll make connections that make it easier to leave and go somewhere else where you can be paid more and have more impact. If I worked remotely at Twitch, I would never have quit. Since I worked in SF, I got crazy opportunities through being there. What should one do if they're solving problems that companies can't trust them to work there for? Uh, Do these things anonymously. And if you find a cool place where you could talk about it, do it. But the company doesn't want the risk of their brand being associated with these things. Do that type of work anonymously. It'll make everything much easier. What's the hardest pitch I had to make? Ugh. I have to think on that one for a while. The only one coming to mind so far is trying to pitch to Twitch that we have to rewrite the mobile app from scratch because it's such a shit show. And I half won, but I didn't stick through long enough to see it through because I was just so pissed at that point. You turned down a job in the EU with Mistral. Love it. Energy engineering isn't fully dead. We still use it for some things, but it's not a project I'll be focused on. Tim Sweeney recently tweeted they have planned opening up of Android that he's happy with. I've heard about this. Very excited. Tune is in my list to potentially do a video. I think we've gotten through enough. If I was to pitch T3 chat to YC right now, what would the pitch look like? So I know why my pitch for ping got in. I don't know if T3 chat as it currently stands could get in. It would have during its bigger growth window. The way I would have pitched it would have been, okay, let me try my best for this. I do actually want to give it a shot because I haven't had to do this for a while. I'm going to do investor pitches. Every major AI lab has something in common. Their user interfaces are garbage. This is because their focus is just not there, which makes a ton of sense. Why would a company that's trying to make artificial intelligence care about the details of how animations trigger on their website? It's just not something they'll ever do right. Making a good chat interface that updates at the speed these things run at is a non-trivial task, and the result is a bad experience. How many times has ChatGPT done something you didn't expect it to do? It happens to me almost every time I use it. And that's why we built T3 Chat. I was skeptical too. When I built this alternative chat app, I thought people wouldn't care that much about all these little details that I slaved over. I built Twitch Chat, the fastest updating chat interface in the world, and I used that knowledge to build something that sucked less. It turns out a lot of people use it. We've had over 100,000 people send a message in our first few months, and we're growing 50% month over month. There's clearly a market for better chat interfaces that benefit from all of the labs instead of one lab trying their best to make a website that doesn't suck. Why would you use an okay website with one good model when you could use an incredible website with all of the models? That's why we're building T3 Chat. Let me know if you want to invest. Did I do good? Congrats on your hat trick. I think I did good. This was fun. We're not raising right now, so no, people can't invest at the moment. We're profitable. We're not raising. Fuck that shit. Let me marker end of Q&A. Hopefully there is some good content in there. I'm sorry to whoever has to comb through it and get shorts out of it. If FaZe needs more work, we can make that his problem, perhaps. We'll figure it out long term. Yeah, you and FaZe, or you and Ben, and probably Mondays. Monday, are you still here? If so, Mondays, you, Ben, and FaZe should do a group chat, maybe even a call, and like figure out what the strategy is for shorts on the channel. I want nothing to do with this. I will go insane if I have to think about a type of content I don't consume. But I know there are things in what I just did that could become content in that format. I trust y'all to figure it out. And I'm happy to bring in and pay whoever else you think could be a useful resource. I'm down to put a lot of money in to get this right. And I'm not willing to do it myself. Oh, I remember this one. This was really cute. Oh, gamer girl. That's so cute. I like everything I said here is true. Like, this is why I do what I do. It's so cool to know someone who's motivated enough to like go build and do the thing feels more capable of doing it as a result of me just ranting on the internet on things that I think are cool. That's a fucking magical thing. That's just like, that's why I love this shit. How cool is it that I could work on this weird thing in isolation at Twitch that nobody but like 2 of my coworkers saw, bring it up in a video because I thought it was cool, and now you're emotional over how cool of a thing you're able to build as a result? That's fucking awesome. That's such a cool thing. Sorry, funny enough, a sponsor I'm very excited about that I haven't quite inked things with that came up multiple times during this just hit me up. They're not a sponsor yet, but they will be very, very soon if all goes well. And I am very, very excited to be working with them. Beautiful. Theo mobile app is in progress. You guys will know as soon as it makes sense. Got a rage bait for me? What? Unlikely we do the thing where we push to the end of the video because my videos are too long. Way to delete everything but pinned threads. No, but I kind of like this idea. Let me think on that a bit more. Let me thank all the subs I missed when I was doing that because I didn't check at all when I was filming those. We got just an idiot human with the prime. Thank you. Yash, the fucking legend of 29 months now. Always good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Clang Hammer here, or Clang Hamster with the 6 months. Appreciate that. Matt Zess here with the 15 months. Daver with the tier 1 for 6. Glassy with the 42 months. NCE with the 5 bomb. Thank you again for all the support. Really appreciate it. St. Mitchell submitted his software to Y Combinator today. Really excited regardless of outcome. Thank you for the content. Really helped you folks take the plunge. Best of luck. For what it's worth, the majority of people who get in get rejected at least once before, so expect the rejection and be excited for where it could go. We got NNN Challenge Enjoyer here with the 2 months. Thank you. Brandon with the tier 1. Thank you for subbing. Pixels with the 17 months. Legend. Gamer Girl at the 20-month subiversary. 2 years happened before you know it. Cyan here with the 15 months. Thank you for that. Pierce with the Prime for 5. Appreciate that. Spitfire with the 4 months. Hardest pitch. I still want a better answer for that one. I'm going to keep thinking on it. And Gamer Girl with the cheer. Thank you again. T3 mobile app. T-Mobile app. Yeah, I hear that. I think you should be both. Because on one hand, the users will steer you very differently from where you would go otherwise. On the other hand, there's very much a like the people want a faster horse thing. What did I miss? Oh, the Rive thing. Yeah, I saw you post this in research. I'll look into this more soon, but I want to do a deep dive and play with it before I potentially do content, because that could be a lot. This came back Q&A was fun. Do more. Absolutely. Oh shit, AI Code King. Good to see you, man. Hope that you got a little bit of a bump from me shouting you out in the last few videos. I can't click a tiny URL link. I'm so sorry. That's way too risky. Where's the name T3? T-H-E-O. 3 letters after the T. Also, tier 3, because subscriptions have tiers on Twitch. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 3 was the highest. I thought it was a funny pun. It's safe. If this is a Rickroll, I'm going to be livid. Oh. It's a Dropbox link. You're sure you're... I mean, oh, you posted in my chat. Of course I can share it. Buy, sell, repeat. Resale marketplace that makes secondhand feel safe, joyful, and frictionless. How you'll avoid buying and selling used. Can I do this to get the bar gone? Cool. There we go. Can't trust what you're buying from. Platform feels like classified ads. No trust, no community, no vibe. How early stage is this? Because these slides are too good for something early stage. I didn't even have a deck when I got into YC. I wrote one for my investors and then was told by one of the like higher up people to drop it. Like, is the product built yet? What's the stage of this? This is so elaborate. New GLM model should drop today or in 2 to 3 days. Oh boy, thanks for the heads up. I think Theo.ai still redirects me. Yeah, cool. I'll do something with it in the future. Yeah, the DM... So, this DNS update wasn't what fixed them. What fixed them was going through my network of connections, because the problem wasn't that the DMARC was wrong. The problem was very specifically that they were flagged by a human as malicious. That was the tag in all of the domains. It wasn't they have the wrong mail records. It is a human marked this domain as malicious and phishing. And I had to raise hell to get that fixed. I still want to do a video on that at some point. I think that Spamhaus needs to fucking burn, or at the very least, whatever fucking bitch was working there that did that to us needs to be fired. Because a person who works with Spamhaus maliciously flagged us and got away with it multiple times. I don't even know who Theo Paris is. I've seen that name come up. Oh, I think he got blocked by one of my scripts and then posted about it, right? Yeah, that's probably what happened. I have nothing against him. I'll go unblock him. This guy? Yeah, I have legitimately no idea why he's blocked. Wait, is his pin post that I have him blocked? Did he pin the fact that my script blocked him? I take it back. He's staying blocked. What a bitch move. If that is the most relevant thing that's happened to you and you feel it necessary to pin, no. The block was a mistake. That one was not. Want to know why do we switch away from local storage to convex for threads? Because we never actually used local storage. Local storage is not a good primitive for this because you can't store enough information. We used IndexedDB. And IndexedDB is an absolute shit show of an API. I tried so hard to make it work and just couldn't make it work reliably. It is so rough. And as a result of that and the weird behaviors for IndexedDB across different browsers, I wanted a better way to keep data in sync correctly across everything. And Convex was the best solution that I found by far. And on top of that, I wrote some custom hooks to persist your recent threads in local storage so that you would pull from that as a cache for your most recent 20 or so threads. And that helped bridge the gap so it feels similarly fast without having to deal with the partial sync problems that are inherent to storing things locally, as well as the absolute shit show that was the IndexedDB API. Yeah, I'm sad about WebSQL. Yeah, Theo and Theo violence. Things happen. Thank you, GDAI Master. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, I saw Kimmy K2 Turbo was having weird issues today. Oh shit! Thank you for the kind words after. Thank you for the content and keep up the good work. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you for the kind words and for the sub. Did we ever get more info on that pitch I was reading? No. Gary Ignacio just dropped that and then disappeared. Oh, no worries. I was reading your pitch. I was curious, how far along is the product? Because you said you applied to YC with it. This deck is way too detailed for early stage. It's 81 pages. It feels like so much effort went into this. It's awesome that you're putting effort into your startup, but it's terrifying that this much effort went into the deck. My deck was 10 slides and I ended up throwing it away. Yes, Code King, the AI chats or the chats for T3 chat are stored in the DB without encryption. If they were encrypted, we wouldn't be able to do search or any of the other useful things people want to do. That's the nature of these types of things. And also, they have to be sent unencrypted to the model company anyways. When you send a message in a thread, that is decrypted content that we have to send up to whatever provider is hosting it. You need the plain text a lot of the time throughout, and it's being sent all over the place anyways. Storing it like that, I think, is fine. Beautiful tech. Your designer can't help yourself. Products months away. For what it is worth, YC would love the story of, I made this really elaborate deck. I realized it was too elaborate, so I cut it down to 8 slides and then went and learned to vibe code using my design instinct to try and make something to demo what we have in mind here. They will love that. They're looking for initiative and clarity more than anything. If you show them that you have the drive to go do the hard thing and the focus on clarity to trim things down and be clearer, if you show them in the process from the application you just submitted to an update that you file a week later saying, hey, I think my deck was too complex. I simplified it. I also built a version myself. Here's what it's looking like so far. that's a really good signal they will like a lot. What's it going to do for my block strips? They're a lot less active now. Usually it's retweets on things that are very hostile towards me. Like if someone says something nasty about me and you retweet it, I have scripts that will just auto block things from that. It used to be if you liked things that were really like, there were people just being super fucking homophobic towards me on Twitter for a while. So the original reason I wrote the script was so if somebody liked a homophobic tweet about me, they'd be insta-blocked. And it made my experience on Twitter significantly better, just getting rid of all those people. The one mistake I made, and I wish I didn't do this, I should have written the script in a way where it would archive the reason that the person was blocked, because I don't have any insight on that. And if I did, then my do not hire list would be significantly longer with way more detail. By the way, one of the coolest things about having me as an investor is I give you access to my do not hire list, a bunch of people that there's a good chance will try to work at your company that are shitheads that you don't want to deal with. Do I think that building a custom model training service where people can just upload docs, PDFs, etc., and train a model for their use case and style is useful? It's very hard to do this now. This is so hard to do that I haven't done it. So I don't know how useful it could be. My honest advice here would be figure out how to do it yourself the hard way, do it a bunch, see how useful the results are to you, and then offer to do it for free for some people by hand. Like if you know someone who you think would benefit from this, hit them up with like, hey, I think that a custom model trained on your use case could be way better and more cost effective for you. I'm figuring out if this is a business direction worth exploring. Are you down for me to take some of your documents and work really hard to make the perfect model for your use case for free so I can figure out how useful this is as an industry? You can get so much good insight from that. Why do people love to be bad? Like, why are they always rude? It's because they feel bad. And when you feel bad and everyone around you doesn't, you feel worse. And one of the easiest ways to feel better is to drag other people down to where you are rather than to try and get out of where you are. That's very common. Do companies I invest in ever ask me for technical advice? Yes. Quite a bit, actually. More than I ever would have expected. Not all of them. It's like a small number ask a lot. And I try my best to steer them in the right way and occasionally help them hire a person that I trust enough to help. But like, honestly, and this might sound insane, and none of you will believe me, if you're hanging out here, you probably don't need my personal advice. Because you're on one of two sides of the spectrum. You're either early enough that my videos are doing enough for you, or you're experienced enough that you know more about what you need than I possibly could in a 1-hour conversation. It's better for you to do your thing and use the info you've learned from me and my community to figure out useful parts and like pick right. But I would be very surprised if one-on-one advice from me for your technical stuff could be useful to almost anyone here if you were to start a company. I'd be very surprised. I think you would be, if you're here and you're good enough to start your own thing, you're probably ahead of where I can be useful. Technically. Marketing, business planning, hiring, all of that shit I can still be really useful for. But when it comes to just tech advice, you can get my best tech advice from my YouTube channel. Ooh, this is exactly what you're doing right now for some companies. The results and feedback are really good. Just thought you'd build a simple tool where you can easily train a model to chat with and potentially download the weights. Need to figure out some good info on this. It sounds like you have a really good path here for like the order of events, man. You already found companies that like this. You're doing it for them. The results have been really good. Build the tool for your own use. Build it just for you to streamline your work with these companies. It can be a mess. It can be broken. It can be running on your own hardware. It doesn't matter. Build it in a way to automate the thing you're already doing by hand. And once it gets refined enough, maybe make it public. But the best next step is to make the thing you're already doing by hand easier. Just for you. Do things that don't scale. It sounds stupid, but it's actually really good advice. I still need to yell at Jacob at the Super Maven thing. I will try to remember to do that later. I also know I need to try Nano Chat. It seems really cool. We need to film actual videos because I've been going for 3 hours? We may have gotten a bunch of shorts. We've gotten 0 videos so far. I want to do Tune. I want to do this one. My devs suck. And maybe we'll do his open source dying. I've been eyeing this topic for a minute. Let's do it. When are we getting a Theo home lab video? Probably after I have a home lab. Sorry, I was deep in the Q&A and I did that on Twitch chat because YouTube chat's so broken. My apologies. Why is local storage faster than convex cache for recent threads? Because local storage doesn't need to do a network lookup. YouTube chat's broken because they have no incentive to make it not broken. Like, YouTube will win a significant portion of Twitch's audience with the 2 engineers they have working on live. You can't build a unified chat because that's against Twitch's TOS, and the API for YouTube's chat is entirely broken. Where can you find my Tmux config? By Google searching "Oh my Tmux" and using this config, which is pretty much my exact config. I have almost no changes. Sorry, YouTube chat. Is That'd be hilarious, actually. Let's start the dev suck at languages. I'm using Raindrop. Let's do this one. I'm actually quite excited. Cool. There are so many incredible programming languages to pick from nowadays, from Rust to Go to Elixir to, of course, TypeScript, which is why it's kind of crazy that developers are so bad at picking languages. I feel like every conversation I see about languages is either toxic or wrong or some chaotic combination of the two. Why is it like this? I just saw an article that I'm very excited to go through with you guys. Why engineers can't be rational about programming languages. There are a ton of reasons why, and I'm sure that both the author and I are going to have a lot of thoughts about that. But language conversations don't pay the bills, so we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor and then dive in. Let's do it. Why engineers can't be rational about programming languages. The leadership blind spot. How identity drives multi-million-dollar technical debt. Oh boy, this is a fun start. A programming language is the single most expensive choice that a company makes, yet we treat it like technical debates. After watching this mistake bankrupt dozens of companies and hurt hundreds more, I've learned the uncomfortable truth. These decisions are rarely about technology. They're about identity, emotion, and ego, and they're destroying your velocity and budget in ways that you can't see until it's far too late. I agree with everything here but the first sentence. A programming language is the single most expensive choice that a company makes. No. There are a lot of other very expensive decisions that companies make. A lot of them. But yes, the language choice does matter. But you also can change it. I was at Twitch when we moved from Rails and Ruby over. I was at Twitch when we moved from Ruby on Rails to TypeScript for the front end with React and Go for the back end. It was a rough transition, but it wasn't that rough. It made things significantly better. And it wasn't that much harder than if we had started with Go from the day, and it wasn't even that much harder than if we started from Go day one. Like, it was meaningfully different, but the work was going to be hard no matter what. Ended up being worth it for sure. So I don't think anyone could have had the, like, thinking back, I obviously wasn't there when Twitch chose Rails, but it's hard to imagine a world where they could have picked something else that was more correct and Twitch would have been better off as a result. Rails was the wrong choice for a bunch of reasons, but it was a good enough choice to get Twitch to the point where it mattered. And generally speaking, I think companies should be optimizing to getting to a point where their technical decisions matter, not optimizing for making the right technical decision. But we'll see where this one goes, because it seems like this author and I already agree a lot, but not quite on everything. Early in my career, I worked at Tackle, which was a promising social network. How promising could this possibly have been? I've never heard of this. Social networking site for high school athletes that was popular in the mid-2000s. Okay, so it had some attention. Okay, not getting any good information on how popular this was. It seems like it was doing okay at the time. Cool. Early in his career, he was working there. The sudden departure of someone led to him going from a lead engineer to the VP of engineering, leading a team of 12. While we were delivering on all of our goals, I was in my early 20s and lacked experience, which was a risk that our board wanted to fix. They pressured our CEO to recruit a CTO with more experience. I also watched this happen at Twitch. The CEO of Twitch, Emmett Shear, the original CEO and one of the founders of Twitch was Emmett Shear. He was very technical, but he had to be the CEO of Twitch and also took a lot of product leadership. Other people would rise to be CTO-ish and run tech, but none of them had enough experience to really do that. So he got a lot of pressure to bring in a CTO. So he did, and then fired them a week later, and then did much later on. I don't think they lasted too much longer the second time. I wasn't there for it. But supposedly, this third time, the CTO is actually really good. I looked forward to learning from him. He was a well-known figure in the Perl community, and he arrived with a stack of O'Reilly's Camel books. The Perl people. I've had such a mixed experience with Perl people. One of them was one of my first managers that got me the job at Twitch, and I love him to death, but he shouldn't make tech decisions anymore. One of his first acts was to pronounce that our language, PHP, was the wrong choice. He decreed a switch to Perl. I am no fan of PHP. I am not going to sit here and glaze PHP ever for almost any reason. Why the... I know it's 2009 era. I get it. But this is still... This hurts. This hurts so much. Don't... No. No. This sounds about right, though. The decree, they're switching to Perl, happened after what felt to the author like a sham analysis comparing PHP and Perl. Our velocity collapsed. Our team had to not only learn a new language, but rebuild from scratch, delaying our product by 9 months. Our monthly burn jumped from 200K to 500K as we more than doubled our size to make up for the lost velocity while building the new Perl-based system, which halved our runway. This seems less like picking the language was the failure, but changing the language to something for no good reason was the failure. Our CTO did deliver, at least on some of his promises. We built a beautiful system, one I was truly proud of, but it was too late. By the time we finally launched, the market opportunity had vanished. Facebook had now expanded beyond colleges, and we were at the end of our monetary runway. The increased spend had shortened our runway by half, and we didn't have enough momentum with the new site to reach the milestones that we required to raise more money. Yep, it is a very real problem. When you're ready to raise, or when you want to raise more money, your company needs to have something that makes it a promising investment. Nobody's investing because they're going to make money on you in a year or two. They're investing because you look like you have a good chance of being really successful in 10 years. The thing that makes it look like that is a big up and to the right curve for the amount of users you're getting or how much growth you have or something cool like that. An exponential curve in your expenses because you double the number of engineers because you pick shit tech, that's not going to get you more investments. Having user growth that looks like you could compete with Facebook, that will get you investments. But they wasted too much time and money doing something that doesn't help with their business. And as a result, they couldn't raise more money. This is arguably venture capital working. This business was punished for doing things that made them less likely to succeed because now they can't raise money and they spent a whole bunch. Don't do this. When we realized we were building the wrong product at T3 Chat, or when I realized I was building the wrong product with Ping, that the creator market wasn't a good space for us to build big, explosive, or retake on that. When I realized that the creator market was an absolute shit show for building tooling in, and I realized Ping was not the right product, rather than let us try our hardest to burn out in the space and spend all of our money until it failed, I'd made a really hard decision. I extended the runway by laying off the vast majority of the team. It was down to just Mark and me for a while. And we did that because we knew we were building the wrong thing. We needed time to find the right thing. And rather than waste all of our money and be in a position where we couldn't raise, we extended our runway as long as we could. So we'd be in a really good spot when we decided to raise again in the future, which we haven't done yet because we're profitable now with T3 Chat, which is still unbelievable. But like, you got to think a lot about runway as part of this. And it almost seems like the CTO hire was a mistake because previously the CEO would keep track of the budgeting and expenses and all of that. And the author as the VP of Eng could execute where things were without risking exploding the project. And what's way funnier here is that the board were the ones who wanted this fixed. The reason the board would want this fixed is they want to guarantee. The reason the board would get involved here is they want to maximize the chance that they make their money back. But there's something very important to know about the boards of most companies. They're not founders, they're not engineers, they're not useful employees, they're the board. They're rich assholes that invested a lot of money early on and got the privilege of telling the CEO he's wrong when he's probably actually right. If your board agrees with everything you do, you're doing a bad job. The best thing you can do to your board is lie. I'm so thankful that we have a board of one person right now for T3. It's me. It makes life so much easier. I am petrified of having to have a board. And I'm looking closely at firms, and I can't help but eye firms like the new, what is it, General Capital? No, it's it's Standard Capital. Yeah. I can't help but eye things like Standard Capital and just want it. One of the coolest things that they're doing for this is a Series A fund by some XYC people. And the point of this is to make it easier to do a Series A without a bunch of bullshit, which includes the board control side. They don't take a board seat. Great founders have heard the horror stories of what can happen with board members. They don't want a boss. The best founders understand the best advice and support will come from peers that they respect. Yep. Yeah. This is a combination of a shitty board wanting to force the company to be in the shape of things they thought were good in an era where no one knew what they were doing yet. This was like mid-2000s. They convinced this guy to hire a CTO whose job is to overhaul the tech, and sure as hell he did, and he ran the company into the fucking ground in the process. Yeah. So yeah, this is a language switch that shouldn't have happened, a hire that shouldn't have happened, and a board that had no idea what the fuck they were doing, and a CEO that listened to them because he's a pussy. That's what happened here. There's still things to learn from it, and I'm excited to see where this all goes, but I just want to give my thoughts on that as a founder and investor. That's what happened here. Our CTO did deliver, at least on some of his promises. We built a beautiful system, one I was truly proud of, but it was too late. By the time we finally launched, the market opportunity had vanished. Facebook expanded beyond colleges. Wait, I already read this. Yeah, sorry. Cut to here. I've often wondered, what if we had just stuck with PHP? We had a fine system and real momentum. We would have launched much earlier at a fraction of the cost. PHP was good enough for Facebook. Why not us? This is a very funny statement too, because PHP was good enough for Facebook until it wasn't. And at that point, Facebook took the crazy pill option, which is rewrite PHP to compile to native code as a language they called Hack. It was easier for them to make PHP compile it was easier for them to compile PHP to C and make it way faster than it was for them to port off of PHP, which is hilarious. And that's why they called it Hack. It's such a hack, but they did it and it worked and they're still using it to this day. Here's a fun one though. The question that haunted the author was, why would such an experienced leader make such a terrible mistake? I have so many thoughts there. This is going to be a fun read. Promises made. Switching to Perl would unlock the architecture that we needed, and rebuilding from scratch would accelerate hiring and quality. But the reality that was delivered was quite different. Velocity collapsed as the team had to relearn and rebuild everything, and their burn rate jumped so high that it ran the company out. The pattern repeats. As my career progressed, I saw the same pattern over and over. As language product lead at Google, my group included C++, Java, Go, and Python. At MongoDB, I managed teams writing in 13 different languages. Please tell me that's an SDK team that's like building connectors or something. No team should be in 13 languages. That terrifies me. In both places, I saw brilliant engineers arguing past each other, armed with conflicting data, all of it true, but none of it complete. At Google Cloud, I saw these same challenges across our own customers. Fast forward 2 decades from Tackle, and I had a deja vu moment. I watched as a VP of engineering presented to leadership why his team needed to build their next system in Rust. The presentation eerily paralleled my experience with Tackle. In the old presentation, nearly every reason the CTO gave for Perl was truer of PHP at the time. Now, every single reason given for choosing Rust in the presentation, Go was objectively better at. As an example, they cited easy building and deploying as a Rust advantage. It's true that is a strength of Rust, but Go's nearly instant cross-compilation and single static binary is even stronger than Rust in that specific criteria with Rust's very long build times. Yep, I hate Go, and I'm okay with Rust, and I agree with every word of this paragraph. We need to evaluate languages that are easier before committing to languages that will slow us down, and Go, as much as I hate it, is a much easier language, and it makes a lot of sense in a lot of places. It's not that I think they should have chosen Go. Go would have been the wrong choice for their situation, and I do believe that Rust was the right choice. But what struck me was how broken the reasoning was. If they were making a logical argument, surely they would have considered Go, and in doing so with their presented criteria, they would have realized Go was a better option and, at the very least, refined their criteria. Yep, it sucks that the argument is, here's all these things that are good about Rust, and not, here are the unique qualities of Rust that other languages don't have that make it right for us. The presenter was showing, look at how good Rust is, and not, here's why I think this makes sense and this doesn't. Because they're thinking too much about Rust and not enough about languages or what's right for the company. That's the harshest reality. The people who push for these things are doing it because they like the language more than they like their job, and they want the language and the job to collide, but they want that to collide because they just want to think about the language all day. It is what it is. I pulled the VP aside after the meeting and asked him, walk me through how you evaluated the other language candidates. His face went blank. We didn't really look at any others, he admitted. Everyone's talking about Rust. There it was. A $50 million decision made on hype, about to be greenlit. That hurts. That really hurts. For me, this was the moment of epiphany. Finally, an answer to the question for the beginning of my career. The presentation didn't share an analysis. They hadn't done one. It was a justification for a choice already made. This was a decision based purely on hype, emotion, and identity. Louder for those in the back. Couldn't be more true. I see this a ton. If the person making the language decision is really excited about it, it's probably the wrong one. If they're begrudgingly excited about it, they're like, yeah, this seems like the right call, we're not sure, but it seems good enough after my evaluation, that's the right choice. The best technical decisions should not make everyone really happy. They should make some people pissed and some people groan. Every technical debate is really two conversations. In every language discussion, two conversations are happening simultaneously. The visible one, things like Rust is memory safety without garbage collection. Go has faster compile times and easier deployment. Python has the richest machine learning ecosystem. But the invisible conversation is, I am a Rust programmer. I want to become a Rust programmer. I cannot imagine being someone who doesn't choose Rust. Yep. Banger after banger. If you just read this and thought, well, my last language choice was different, I was being rational. Your invisible conversation is running right now, defending itself while you read this sentence. Yep. I don't pick TypeScript because it's the right solution. I pick TypeScript because it's a good enough solution. I like it, and it won't get me in trouble. Yeah. If you ever see me writing Go, know that that's not my choice, but I'm doing it because it's the right solution. If you see me writing TypeScript, know that I'm doing that because it's the easy way out and I don't want to think about things. If you see me writing Elixir, know that I'm just pretending I can use it for things because I love it dearly and have no good excuse for it. This is actually part of why I think I'm more rational than the average engineer in these conversations. I know I can't use my favorite language for much. I want to. I still wish I could write everything in Elixir. I do. It just doesn't make sense for most of what I'm doing or the place that I'm at or the teams that I'm hiring or anything else. I could write a justification for Elixir for a lot of stuff that I do, but I don't do that as much as I want to and as much as I love it. The fact that the first language I loved was only something I could use for my first year of my career, and then I had to move off of it, forced me to get over this part of myself really quickly. And I did. And I was very happy with where I've landed now as a result. I did not like TypeScript. I hated JavaScript. But now I'm here, and now I'm okay with it. Some of it's Stockholm Syndrome, some of it's practicality, some of it's that I grew to appreciate the language. But man, I had to get over this early, and now when I look at other people doing it wrong, it says a lot. My CTO at Tackle was having the invisible conversation. Every point in his visible Perl analysis was technically true, but it felt like a sham because it was only there to cover the much deeper invisible conversation. He wasn't evaluating languages. He was protecting an identity he had spent a decade building. What our company paid $300K per month extra for wasn't better architecture or faster hiring. We paid for the opportunity for him to be a Perl CTO instead of a PHP CTO. That was the real transaction. The rebuild was just the payment plan. Whew. So good. That VP's Rust presentation listed easy build and deploy as an advantage, which is technically true, but goes objectively better in that specific criteria. If they were truly having the visible conversation, they would have caught that. They would have at least considered Go in their analysis. They hadn't, because they weren't having that conversation at all, and they were about to spend $50 million on the invisible one. The neuroscience of why you can't see your own bias. Did not know we were going to be getting into neuroscience and brain plasticity here, but here we are. And one of the most fascinating... Oh, I know what study this is. I'm not going to scroll more. I'm going to cite the learning from this study to see if I'm right, and we'll see in a second if I am. And I'm going to ask you guys, chat, what you think about this too, because I might have to go find this other study if I'm wrong, but whatever. You have two groups of people with opposite beliefs. You have two sets of information that confirm each of those beliefs. You create four groups. Group 1 and 2 are the same, like let's say there's people who think the sky is blue and people who think the sky is gray. You give the sky is blue people articles telling them the sky is blue. You give the sky is gray people articles telling them the sky is gray. And then you have two more groups. You give the sky is blue people articles saying the sky is gray. And you have sky is gray people read articles saying the sky is blue. Let me make an Excalibur draw for this. So we have our two groups. Sky is blue, sky is gray. We split this. Sky is blue, this group. They read about blue skies. This group reads about gray skies. And then groups 3 and 4, we swap. Sky is blue people read about gray skies, and sky is gray people read about blue skies. What do you think happens if you ask each of these people before and after reading, how strongly do they feel about this belief? So I am 6 out of 10 sure the sky is blue. You have this person, they say this, and then you give them an article proving skies are blue. What do you think happens to them? And then you give a similar group of people that believe the same thing, that said the same 6 out of 10 before, an article that says the sky is gray. What happens to their belief? We would hope in a rational society that if you were to get information that contradicted your belief, your confidence in that belief would go down. And if you got information confirming your belief, your confidence in that belief would go up. But sadly, humans are not rational. And the biggest increase in people's beliefs came when they read conflicting information. If they started at a 6 out of 10 and read more info about blue skies, they would bump to like a 7. But if they start as a 6 out of 10 and read contradicting information, they'll come out at an 8 or a 9. It's absurd that this is the case, but this is how people work. Humans care more about defending their beliefs than challenging them or even confirming them. If you give someone information that confirms what they think, cool, they smile about it and don't change anything. If you give them information that contradicts their belief, they double down and defend it, and they become stronger in that belief. I think this is what we're about to read here. In one of the most fascinating studies done in the past 20 years, researchers set out to understand why people cling to beliefs even when confronted with overwhelming contradictory evidence. What they discussed fundamentally changed our understanding of human decision-making. The researchers recruited participants and first identified which beliefs were central to each person's identity: their political views, their fundamental views, their beliefs that defined who they are. Then, when they laid in an fMRI scanner, the researchers presented them with carefully constructed challenges to these identified-based beliefs. Rewritten that. Then, when the participants laid in an fMRI scanner, the researchers presented them with carefully constructed challenges to their identity beliefs. I hate that sentence. When participants laid in an fMRI scanner, the researchers presented them with carefully constructed challenges to these identity-based beliefs, alongside challenges to beliefs that the participants held but weren't as central to their sense of self. The brain scans revealed something remarkable. These two types of challenges activated completely different neural pathways. When a peripheral belief was challenged, something the person believed but wasn't core to their identity, the brain's reasoning centers activated normally. Participants could consider the evidence, weigh the arguments, and sometimes even change their minds. This seems like a different study than the one I was thinking of, almost like a follow-up to it, but this is a very good learning as well. But when an identity-based belief was challenged, the brain responded as if it was under physical attack. The amygdala, your threat detection system, the same system that fires when you encounter a predator or a physical danger, activates immediately. If you've ever seen people saying nasty things about me online, that I'm a degenerate, clickbaiting soy boy that pays Indian devs to write all their code for him because I suck, that's because I challenged their identity at some point. Something I said ran against their belief that the world would be way better if everyone just wrote Rust or some shit that isn't true. And that statement I made irked them so deeply that they lash out on me as a human for daring to think something they care so much about isn't that important. The vast majority of the hate I get almost everywhere on the internet is this in particular. People who identify with something that isn't a big deal and are just going off as a result of it. Chats bring up all their favorite Theo beefs from here. The Flutter dev's identity getting wrecked. The funniest dude was the UUID defender. That was a great one. The guy who was convinced you could crack any UUID. Ugh, legendary. Absolutely legendary. Ironically, I just challenged some people's identity by talking about this, and now they're angry about it. Absolutely. There are going to be some really pissed off people in my comment section for this video now. Going to be fun. The insular cortex, which processes emotional pain and disgust, lights up with activity in these instances. Most tellingly, the brain's default mode network, the system that maintains your sense of self and personal narrative, went into defense mode, working to protect the existing identity rather than evaluate the new information. Yep. In other words, your brain wasn't weighing evidence, it was defending itself from an existential threat. The researchers' conclusion was stark. To consider an alternate view, you have to imagine an alternate version of yourself. Yep. I think about this belief a lot. I remember where I first heard this, but it's way easier to get somebody to rethink a belief, not by saying, here's the information, but instead saying, imagine that you are the same person. There's a clone of you, that everything else is true, except for this one thing. They believe the opposite of what you believe. How would you convince them out of that belief? And then if they gave you these pieces of information, how would you contradict them? And as you get them to start thinking about this other person in the conversation with them, a clone of them with similar beliefs in every way but this, and you give them the back and forth in their head, they reason about it fundamentally differently, and you can actually convince them. I have a similar thing I do for myself, which I hold myself to for all my spicy, hard takes. For example, let's use the Flutter thing. I hate talking about Flutter, but it's a good example here. I think Flutter's a scourge. I genuinely believe it actively makes the mobile applications we use every day significantly worse. But I can have my belief changed here. I have a framework I've built for myself on how I change my beliefs on things. When I have a strong belief, I have a thing, an edge, an example that if presented to me, I would change my mind. What one piece of information can I be given that will make me change my mind on this thing that I strongly believe? The information that would convince me on Flutter is a Flutter app I can install on my iPhone and use and have a pleasant experience with using it regularly. That's all it would take. Give me one good Flutter app I can use on my phone right now and not be miserable trying to figure out or dealing with the bullshit. I've yet to find one. I've literally installed over 100 Flutter apps on my phone, and every single one was garbage. Which is why I will not ever take Flutter people seriously. If they can't present me a good app that uses Flutter, an app that's actually pleasant to use that I could see myself using regularly, I don't give a fuck. I just don't care about them or their technology. It is what it is. So for all of my extreme beliefs, I have some piece of information I could be given that would convince me otherwise if it existed. Expo for the win. I have some bad news, Code King. Expo now supports Flutter. Flutter hearts Expo from the Flutter account. Very good. The problem is that, Theo, that this is not core to your identity. I don't think anything that I'm talking about in tech is. There are things. There are definitely things. I honestly think the Flutter thing's on the line for me. Like, I deeply dislike Flutter. That is a thing that it would be hard. Like, if someone showed me a good Flutter app, they would send me into a bit of an existential dread crisis. I did find one that was okay, that I thought was someone's side project, like a 1 or 2 person team, and it was okay. It was, fuck, what was it called? I think it was Wondrous. It was an example of an app for a museum, and it was okay. It had some really cool animations and things that you couldn't easily do in other solutions. Like, that's pretty cool. Turns out it was using the new Flutter rendering engine that never shipped, It was built primarily by half the core Flutter team as a demo of that new rendering engine and contracted out to one of the best design firms in the world. They had 50 people working on this tiny app showing 6 exhibits from a random museum. And it was okay. It wasn't good. It was fine. And even then, I was like, fuck, do I have to rethink my Flutter take? And then it never shipped. Then none of the things that made it work shipped. And then half the Flutter team got laid off. So no, I don't have to rethink it. But I felt deeply in myself oh fuck, do I have to rethink this? So ideally, this wouldn't be part of my identity. It's kind of silly that it is. It's stupid. But I do care a lot about these things. They are deep for me. But I'm also autistic enough that I can recognize when I'm wrong and move away from the thing. Your brain can't objectively evaluate challenges to its identity-based beliefs because doing so requires temporarily dismantling the neural architecture that defines who you are. Yep. It's not a matter of being more rational or trying harder. The mechanism that would allow you to see the bias clearly is the same mechanism that the bias has compromised. Yep. It's like the glasses that you can put on to see this are blacked out by this. So it doesn't work. That makes a ton of sense. Think about what this means in practice. Every time an engineer evaluates a language that isn't theirs, their brain is literally working against them. They're not just analyzing technical trade-offs, they're contemplating a version of themselves that doesn't yet exist. That feels threatening to the version that does. The Python developer reads case studies about Go's performance, and their amygdala quietly marks each one of these as a threat to be neutralized. The Rust advocate only looks at identical problems, and their default mode network constructs narratives about why only Rust can solve them. We're not lying. We genuinely believe that our reasoning is sound. That's what makes identity-based thinking so expensive and so invisible. Yep. I wish I had more to add here. This is just all true. It's also showing me a bit like, yeah, I have my biases towards like Flutter and React and whatnot, but I do, more than the average dev, consider alternative options. I wanted to love Gleam. I really wanted to love Gleam. Gleam's a beautiful language. It's built on top of Beam. It also works in the JS VM and in the JavaScript world, compiled to JS. Super cool. It had a handful of little things that were missing from Elixir that made it much harder for me to go all in on. It was a beautiful language. I love it. But it was on the line for me, just missing a handful of things I really love. And I ended up not going particularly deep on it as a result. I find most engineers are really bad at doing these types of analyses, of deeply exploring something that is different from what they know. But if you can get good at that, you will level up so much faster. I was a Python guy when I joined Twitch, and I went from a weird Python OOP guy doing a bunch of Flask stuff to Elixir. It was a hard transition, and I ended up falling in love with it, and it became one of those core identity things. So yeah, try your best to not think about yourself and your own biases when learning these things, and if you have to, imagine a different version of yourself or someone else entirely learning it. How would this be useful to somebody who doesn't like any specific language, that knows engineering well, but doesn't know any particular language well? How would they approach this? What would they see? What would they like? What would they dislike? And then try to become that person. We built our industry around the wrong conversation. We call ourselves Pythonistas, Gophers, Rustaceans, and we wear these labels like badges. Sometimes we even wear literal badges like t-shirts and stickers. There's a reason so many of our surnames come from people's crafts. Potter, Smith, Brewer, Brown, apparently. What we do becomes who we are. What looks like a decorative label is actually a decision-making framework that operates beneath conscious thought. We've built our entire industry around the visible conversation. We train engineers to debate technical merits. I literally just did a Q&A, like for the first time on stream to make some shorts. Half the questions were about language choice. Like, I'm in college, I know JS, they don't teach JS in college. Should I learn Python or C++ or Java? None of it matters. Stop caring. Just go write code. Go learn things. Go make friends. Go do shit. No one cares. One of my best friends, who's in my chat right now, Aiden, writes the most opposite code that I would ever, like, I would never work in the things that he works in. I don't like writing Go. I don't like building the systems the way he does. The next day I have to deal with Kubernetes, I'm retiring. It's just not where I want to be. But surrounding yourself with people who disagree with you, who do different things from you, and can have good conversations with you is the best thing you can do for your career. You'll never learn anything. You'll never learn everything. So surround yourself with people who have learned other things that will challenge your beliefs so that you can build frameworks for understanding shit and know when your knowledge doesn't make sense in a specific arena. Thankfully, I don't have this problem because you can use TypeScript to do literally everything. You can replace Kubernetes and Terraform with TypeScript using Pulumi. You can write backends with TypeScript using Debennet. You can write backends in TypeScript with Deno, Node, or even Bun. You can write frontends in TypeScript. Well, you have to write frontends in TypeScript. You can write mobile apps in it. So why would you ever use anything other than TypeScript? Clearly, I'm the one who's right and everyone else is wrong. Anyways. The invisible conversation is much stronger than the visible one. It's why my CTO chose Perl. It's why that VP chose Rust. And it's operating in your next language decision right now. Invisible and unexamined. The moment you hire a Rust developer to evaluate languages, you've already chosen Rust. You just added a $2 million feasibility study to make predetermined decisions feel rational. What a banger. What a banger. That's real. I don't know who you would hire for this because there just aren't many people who truly don't give a fuck about languages. Fuck, am I about to become an Uncle Bob simp? No, I'm not. We're going to keep scrolling. The real cost. The question isn't whether the bias exists. The science is conclusive. The real question is, can you afford to let it make your decisions? Let me get some water quick. The invisible conversation has a price tag. Industry research suggests that technology stack decisions account for 40 to 60% of total dev costs over a product's lifecycle. Research by Stripe found that developers spend 42% of their time on tech debt. When you let identity drive the decision that you're mortgaging your velocity, your budget, and your runway to pay for someone else's sense of self. Yep. The visible conversation is about technology. The invisible conversation is about identity. And the invisible conversation will always win. So how about we make a new framework for this? Language as an economic decision. How do we win when the invisible conversation is constantly working against us? We have to change the conversation entirely. Instead of asking which language is the best, we need to ask, what will this language cost us? Not in salaries, but in velocity, in tech debt, in hiring difficulty, in operational complexity, in every dimension that actually determines whether you survive. Reframe it from a technical debate to an economic one. And unlike identity, economics can be measured, compared, and decided without anyone's ego being threatened. Choosing a programming language is the single most expensive economic decision your company will ever make. Wait till you hear about LLM costs, man. Actually, though, this is the only piece I don't agree with in this whole thing. Almost everything else I'm in line with. The language choice will define your culture, constrain your budget, determine your hiring pipeline, set your operational costs, and ultimately dictate whether you can move fast enough to win your market. We need a framework that makes the invisible cost visible. One that lets us have the economic conversation instead of the identity conversation. One that works whether you're choosing your first language or you're evaluating a migration. Our industry's never really had that framework until now. Ooh boy. The author's next post is going to be the 9 factors of a language's true cost, a comprehensive framework for evaluating language decisions based on economics and not identity. You'll learn how to quantify the hidden costs, predict the long-term impact, and make defensible decisions that your team can align behind regardless of their language preferences. This was a really good article. Thank you to SBF 13 in particular for Steve Francia for writing this. This was a fantastic read. I'll leave the link for this post in the description as always if you want to go read it, read his other stuff, and maybe by the time you see this, his follow-up article for that language framework will finally be available for us to use. And if you're trying to make these decisions right now and you don't have this framework yet ready to go, my recommendation might seem a little silly, but I've done this before and it works. If you have two people that have different things, or if you have two people that want different languages or different tech, two people who are trying, or two people who have different things they want, instead of letting them explain why their solution is right, make them explain why the other solution is right. Force each to do a presentation on why the other solution is the correct one. And if they struggle to do that, or they intentionally footgun and try to make the thing that they don't like look worse, you have an incredible reason to fire that person. But if they do a good job at this, the problem will resolve itself. Let the people pitch the thing they don't agree with so they learn about the thing much better, and then let the conversation happen after that. The result will be way better as a result because you force them to step out of their own identity and do the thing where they imagine a different person. And in the end, none of this shit matters. Just pick what you're happy with, ship, and get back to work. If it turns out your language is too slow for what you're doing, use the right one to speed up the thing and then get back to fucking work again. The tech you're already using is probably good enough. Stop worrying so much about this shit unless you really, really have to. Or just ask for an LLM to decide for you, I guess. I don't even know anymore. Let me know what you guys think. Am I overblowing this, or are language conversations actually this dumb? Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, please pick TypeScript. Marker, end of language debates. That was a fun one. Do you have a Twitter or something? He does. Really, cool. Something I probably should have mentioned earlier in this video is that Steve was one of the original contributors to Go at Google. He helped build the language, and he still thinks all of this is nonsense. Give him a follow on Twitter. Keep an eye on his blog. Good person to keep in your circle. Trust me. I need to text him later. Steve's great. Grabbing his Twitter, so that's linked as well. Good shit. Is it okay to have a default language? Yeah, absolutely. Do I want Chipotle? Yep. Do you want me to send you my order? I think you should know it by now. Yeah, he's a legend. Also is a skater. Once again, skateboarders are the best at what they do. Well, I'll just send you the screenshot of it, Ben. Thankfully, it's an easy order. Just sent. Bold to assume I even like beans. I'm trying to figure out if I'm supposed to be at an event. I just got a text and now I am confused. You're kidding? I just had that like auth code thing in iMessage where like it comes up in the app to like autocomplete the thing, and I did it and it didn't put the code in. And now I can't resend it, and Apple auto deletes it when that happens. So I just have to wait 30 seconds. This is the worst experience. Let me just go fucking check the Particle website here. Okay. Nice. I don't have a thing I'm late to. Good. Yay. Okay, that all works now. Cool. Good to know about the recently deleted thing. Thank you, guys. Did that. Okay, I want to do the tune one. I think this will be a good last vid before it gets too late. I want to make a good example using T3 chat quick. Let's use... Oh, let's use GPT-5 for this. Cool. It's always the fucking travel planning assistant. God damn it. Okay, this will be a funny intro. Oh god, this is hilarious. This is gonna be so fun. God. Oh boy. Oh boy, we get to talk about a new language, but first there's actually a lot of weird fun things to dive into here. Have you heard of JSON prompting before? You might not have. It's a bit of a chaotic deep dive that I've seen a lot of people going into. It's this idea where language models are not necessarily great at following instructions as sentences, but JSON as a structure is relatively consistent and concise. So what if we took the thing we wanted the model to do, we made it JSON instead? Wouldn't that make the models better and smarter? Perhaps, and we'll get to that in a second, but first I just want to show what the difference looks like. As is always the case with demos of LLMs, as is always the case with LLMs, when I asked a random model to make a demonstration of prompting and doing something useful with AI, it made a travel planning assistant because we're not at all unique as an industry. So here is the first example. It gave this paragraph. You're a travel planning assistant. Create a 3-day itinerary for someone visiting Tokyo for the first time. The itinerary should include a mix of cultural sites, local food experiences, and modern attractions. Format the response as a markdown list with subheadings for each day. Makes sense. Pretty consistent. You've seen things like this before. Here it is in YAML. And here it is in JSON. I mean, you get it, right? But here's where things get interesting. I'm going to copy paste this into the ChatGPT tokenizer. The paragraph version, without the quotes, was 55 tokens. Tokens are how the model splits up chunks of text so that it can process it and autocomplete it effectively. We compare this. If we compare that to the YAML version, we go from 55 tokens to 88 tokens. What? It's more? But it seems so concise. It gets worse, my friends. Let's try the JSON version. 115 tokens. We more than doubled the number of tokens because we think this should work. And this is why Tune exists. Tune is token-oriented object notation. It is similar to JSON. It is meant to do roughly the same thing, with the difference being it is intended to be used for LLM inputs as a lossless drop-in replacement for JSON. And this is what it does. We have an example of JSON here, users, with a list of items in it. And here is how Tune would convey the same information with fewer tokens. Users, 2, because there's 2 things in it, ID, name, and role, and then immediately have this list. So let's compare the tokenization here. JSON example is 51 tokens. Tune example, 24 tokens. This seems too good to be true, right? Probably, and we'll get to that right after a quick word from today's sponsor. Oh boy. So here we are. Yet another object notation. Not YAML, not pickle, not JSON, not BSON, not some other weird bullshit. Okay, it is kind of some other weird bullshit. We're now in the world of token-oriented object notation. I saw a tweet about this forever ago. I want to find the original post. There it is. Did he make this? Yeah, he did. Cool. The original creator of Tune is Johan here, who mentions that, and here's how he announced it. JSON is token expensive for LLMs, just like Matt Pocock frequently mentions. Meet Tune, the token-oriented object notation. It's 40 to 60% fewer tokens than JSON, and is readable and tokenizer aware. Wrap your JSON with encode to save half the token cost. That's a really cool thing that this works with, apparently. I want to try that. Try the format tokenization playground. Here's a playground where you can look at existing examples of how the tokenization changes depending on what you're doing. So again, remember, a token is a chunk of text that your model is using to figure out what chunks lead to what things. These models don't go character by character on your inputs. They break it out into these chunks so they can create maps of where they go in their crazy neural network of just parameters floating around. So based on the set of tokens that you have in the order they're in, it can predict what tokens are most likely to come next. And if you have some pretty formatted JSON, 77 tokens is not great. You flatten it a bunch and kill all this white spaces. Each of these tabs is a token. You get down to 38 tokens. YAML's 50 and Tune is 32. To be fair here, the compression from flattened JSON to Tune is only like 4 tokens. It's barely notable. But I can bring my own data. Let's do that. Let's bring my JSON example from here. Paste. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? Sir. This isn't even hard to make. I was wrong. AI is a mistake. Vibe coding is dumb. We couldn't even finish this demo. I know what we have to do, and I hate this. I haven't even opened my terminal since I rebooted my computer earlier because I had to reboot my laptop to stream. So I was having issues. So we open Ghosty. Update Zish, so it stops complaining. We'll do a plan with GPT-5. This project should meant to make it easy to, I'm going to talk it. This project is meant to make it easy to compare the implementation and token counts of various different syntaxes for object notation. I should be able to paste in a JSON blob, and it should show how it is tokenized and compare it with a less prettified JSON version, so a collapsed JSON output, a YAML output, and a tune output. I will link the docs for tune here as well. Use official tokenizer packages as well as the packages for converting for YAML and for tune. If you have any questions about which packages to use, shoot. If you have any questions about which packages to use, highlight them and I'll do my best to answer. We'll let that go in the background while I try to do actual useful shit. Until then, I'll use the existing non-uniform large complex data. So here it's 371 tokens. Flattening the JSON gets you down to 199. YAML is down to 250 and tune is 257. I guess the non-standard, non-uniform structures for data breaks it real bad. Uniform nested with uniform data. 560 to 318 for JSON to pre-JSON to JSON. Tune's down to 401. YAML's 390. What the fuck's going on? Why is YAML printing, or why is YAML compressing better? The fuck? I feel like half the shit in this world is made up. Straight up. We haven't even gotten to my favorite thing that's bullshit. JSON prompting in the first place. I Google searched to find a JSON prompting benchmark for all these lunatics who are rewriting their prompts in JSON thinking it'll magically make the outputs better. This is such a funny set of results. 2 months ago, JSON prompting is exploding for precise AI responses. Next thing, 1 week ago on Medium, JSON prompting is dead. Why your revolutionary LLM technique is actually a 15% failure rate in disguise. Next post, why I switched to JSON prompting. Why I switched to JSON prompting and why you might need to. Oh man. Oh man. JSON prompting, the ultimate guide to perfect AI outputs. I think opinions on this one might be a little bit mixed. People are pointing out that nesting might be where it breaks. That's a fair point. Let's do a uniform top-level array of primitives instead then. 796 to 484 for pretty JSON to JSON. Cool. 612 for YAML and 318 for tune. Okay, so when things get nested, tune falls apart. But when things are one level deep, like they are here, where we just have this one giant array with things in it, that's when tune is really good. I see what they mean by the top piece here of the uniform array of objects. Multiple fields per row, same structure across items. Makes sense. So we're passing a big array of stuff to an LLM. This could work okay with CSV-like compactness while adding explicit structure that helps LLMs parse and validate data reliably. Think of tune as a translation layer. Use JSON programmatically and then convert to tune for LLM input. I do really like the diagram on the top here, that they're not pretending it's something it isn't. They're not telling you use tune for all of your stuff, for all the code you write. They're telling you use JSON, call their encode function to create tune outputs instead, and then send that to the LLM and save tokens by 30 to 60%. And apparently from their tests, the retrieval accuracy goes up by a meaningful amount, 4% or so. That actually could make sense. So I know I've been a little harsh thus far, but there is actually value in this. If you want to hand an LLM hundreds of rows of absurd fucking data, you probably shouldn't do that through JSON. I have done this before. I've even pasted giant HTML into things with questionable results. This seems like a much better choice for that. You shouldn't be using tune for JSON prompting because you shouldn't be doing JSON prompting. JSON prompting is stupid and bad and ugly and miserable and a weird thing people do because they think they're smarter than us. And they think that they found this clever hack to make the LLMs better. This is the problem with all this shit being non-deterministic. The conspiracy theorists are out in droves coming up with their own crazy bullshit on how to make LLMs smarter. It's also why we need more and better evals, which is a big part of why I'm working on said better evals. Ooh, someone in chat already made a converter site. Oh boy. Let me take my silly example from earlier. From 115 tokens to 81. But again, this one's not really a list type example. This one is much more so a shitty attempt at JSON prompting. It's a demo. Thank you, NFSUD, for this example. Really appreciate that. I am curious how this plan came out. I'll ask questions first. Let's go into agent mode for that. One, just OpenAI is fine. Two, comma delimiter. Cool. Now we'll plan away. Apparently they have their own benchmarks. Benchmarks are organized into two tracks to ensure fair comparisons. The first one is a mixed structure track, where datasets have nested or semi-uniform structures. CSV is excluded as it can't properly represent these structures. Yep, CSV is very, very flat. But then they also have a flat-only track, so datasets that CSV can represent. Makes sense. Here is each format's overall performance against a simple dataset catalog. Against token cost. I don't know what this number is. Yeah, I think this number is some weird math they're doing against these two values. The things that matter are the accuracy and the number of tokens that were used. Compacted JSON takes like a 3% accuracy hit into slightly more tokens for this first example. YAML is another percent or two for accuracy and a significant bump in tokens. Standard JSON that's prettified, standard pretty print JSON, things that aren't flattened and all the tabs aren't removed yet. Way more tokens, but solid accuracy. It's actually funny that the compacted JSON is more accurate than pretty printed JSON. Tokens are weird, man. LLMs are fucking strange. And then XML is garbage. Don't use XML for LLMs, please. It changes per model. Ooh, boy. Gemini 2.5 Flash stays winning. I knew I had a good thing going. I've suspected for a while and haven't had a good benchmark to prove it that 2.5 Flash is really good at retrieval of random shit in giant piles of bullshit. There we go. We have proof. Although apparently GPT-5 Nano is even better at it now. It is so funny to me, though, that Gemini's worst case, which was standard JSON parsing, got a 77% accuracy rating, and Haiku 4.5, which just dropped a few weeks ago, and its best case with Tune couldn't even hit a 60%. If you wonder why Claude doesn't understand your code, it's because Claude doesn't understand things that go past the first 1,000 tokens. So please stop sending 100,000 token queries on T3 chat. It costs us money and you don't get good answers. Gemini 2.5 Flash is so much better with large context, even though this model has not been updated in months. And 5 Nano, even more so. I think 5 Nano is such an underrated model. And look at that, Grok 5 fast non-reasoning when you're asking it to do something reasonable, cannot do it. This is arguably the most important piece here, that Gemini and GPT-5 Nano are so much better at data retrieval. I would never have guessed that the difference was this big. Okay, apparently 2.5 Flash was updated a little bit 2 months ago. I'm sorry, they didn't do a big announcement. Still cool results. And once we get into more nested data structures, you'll see the gap here that JSON compact is slightly better and is using a good bit less tokens. But XML is, once again, useless at 122,000 tokens for something that Tune does in 72K. You know, I'm coming around to this. If you are actually passing JSON arrays to your JavaScript, like if you're actually passing JSON arrays to your models, you really should go give this a shot. Instead of passing the data as is, just wrap it with this encode call. It's a small package. You install it, you wrap the data in this, and pass that to the LLM instead, and see if it saves you some money, and see if it gets any smarter. I actually think it might. Let me read this plan quick. I'm just curious. Yellow. Plan.md. I love LLMs. Ooh, they even have a CLI. So if you just want to dump data with like bash scripts locally and get it into Tune, that's so easy, actually. I want to try that quick. Let's grab my shitty JSON prompt example. Save that. That's the command. Tune format / CLI. That makes sense. That's really cool, actually. I like that they made something simple. I was going to go write this, and they already built it for me. This is weirdly thought out and actually useful. I am surprised I'm coming around to this as hard and as quick as I am. Like, I see genuine value in this. And with a bunch of like random JSON bullshit that I'm doing for some projects, I could see myself using this somewhat regularly. I did not think that this would be this useful. This is actually kind of good. Apparently, Composer just finished this. Let's see how it did. Fun install first, fun run dev. Copy paste the bug. Nothing renders. I saw this in the console. I'm just curious if this can work at this point. Aha. I am so sorry, FaZe. I just wanted to see if we could vibe code our solution for this and how it would do. And it looks like we can. That's kind of nuts. I did not write a single line of code. I told GPT-5 to write a plan, pasted 2 errors in, and got a working implementation. And now for the most important part, go back to GPT-5 for one last thing. This works, but it's ugly as hell. Make it beautiful. The most important final step, and also the slowest, because GPT-5 is still slow as balls. That's going to take its time. I will record an extra section if it succeeds enough in making it beautiful that it's worth showing more. But we'll call it for now. I think I came around to Tune in the end here. I'm curious what y'all think, though. Is this overrated, not worthwhile, or actually a pretty useful little tool to use alongside your LLMs? Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, thinking's insanely expensive for models. I did not see your Snitchman's DM. I haven't checked DMs today, or even really yesterday. I was also making a decent bit of progress, but I'm very excited to see what you're doing. I'll check after stream. It's 7:40 here. I've been going for like 4.5 hours. I don't think I have another video in me. And I also have a bad feeling that we're going to need to do a news video in the next day or two. Just because a lot of stuff's going on. I do want to see how it does with this. But I don't feel like waiting. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to go offline. I haven't replied to me on Twitter. Oh boy. Think I'm going to call it. If the results of this gen are good, I'll probably post it on Twitter with a whole thread of my thoughts on all of these things after I've done it. I'll let you guys know. Keep an eye on my Twitter if you want to see that. Also, if you want to know when my next stream is, not sure when that'll happen, but yeah. Let me thank subs I missed. I think I got you, Vinay. Regardless, appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Jedi Master with the Prime. Thank you for that. Also, NCE did a take re-roll on JSON prompting. I think people who are really bad at writing instructions in a cohesive and clear way can benefit from JSON prompting because they're so bad at forming sentences, JSON keeps them from having to do it. So I think that's the real benefit of JSON prompting. If you actually get better results from it than writing instructions, you suck at writing instructions and you're probably even worse at writing DMs. I know because I've gotten DMs from a lot of these people. They're really bad at writing. It was to troll me, but you got a good take out of it. And one last goodbye to YouTube chat. I'm sorry I neglected you more than usual this stream. I just kept forgetting to tab one slight distance more. Did I miss any fan funding on here? I didn't. Okay. Appreciate y'all for not paying me so I don't have to do thanks that I forgot. Thank you all. Let's figure out who we are rating. This any further? No, it seems like this is a little locked up, actually. Yeah. That's fine. I'll deal with it later. Good seeing you all. Let's figure out who we're throwing you guys at. I think I did JITS recently. Let's see who else is going on in software and game dev. Find someone smaller. Could be fun. Here we go. Game Dev Mondays. A nice small streamer. This will be fun. I have no idea who he is or what he's doing. Enjoy. And I agree, we should do the AMA stuff more. That went better than expected. See what I'm throwing you guys at.
Selects the last file that was played without wiping out that file's autosave. So yeah, there's my little Heavy Night update. There's a lot of infrastructure that goes into making
That'll
this,
be fun.
So that's why I'm not
enjoy him
right now. It's not good content. It's basically raw programming.
Goodbye, nerds. See you
How many games
Wednesday,
are you
worst
working on
case.
at the same time? Just 2 right now. Heavy Night is the main one.
And goodbye
Streamer Trap House
to YouTube chat as well.
is just the for fun throwaway one. So what we're doing